Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. Okay, I don't really know how to start this, but it's been eating at me for weeks, and writing it out is the only thing that feels halfway sane. I'm not claiming this is paranormal or anything. I don't even know what this is, but it happened. It's still happening, I think. I live in Manchester, Rusholme, specifically, and I work late shifts at this cafe near the city center, off Portland Street. Small place, nothing fancy. We close around 7 most nights. My shifts are usually afternoon till close, which means I'm the one locking up while the city's just starting to wind down. There's a lot of foot traffic during the day, but in the evenings it gets quieter. Still safe enough, though. You get your usual people hanging around, delivery drivers, office folks, uni students, a few regulars who linger on their phones a bit too long. It never bothered me. Until I noticed the car. It was just a silver Peugeot, I think a 307. I'm not great with models, but it was one of those older ones with slightly fogged out headlights and a dent near the back wheel. The first time I noticed it, I didn't think much of it. It was parked directly across from the cafe. Nothing weird, just sitting there, engine off, windows up. No one got out. I assumed someone was waiting for a partner, or maybe just finishing a phone call. That's normal. We're right by a pharmacy and 2 takeaways people idle there all the time. But then I noticed it again the next night. Same car, same spot, same time. Still, I brushed it off. Maybe someone lived nearby. Maybe it was coincidence. But by the 4th night in a row, it was getting harder to pretend I wasn't clocking it. And then, after the 5th night, I decided to test it. I left through the back entrance, cut through the side alley, and looped around on foot to the main road. I stood behind a lamppost across the street and watched. The car was still there, headlights off, but I could just make out a silhouette in the driver's seat, not moving, just sitting. I stood there for 10 minutes, no movement, no one got out. Eventually I gave up and walked home, trying to tell myself I was being paranoid, that I was projecting some podcast I'd listened to onto a tired commuter. I didn't see it again that week. I figured that was the end of it. Until the following Tuesday. I went to my gym after work. It's about 20 minutes away in Salford, tiny place above a chemist's, nothing fancy. I got out around 9:30, and there it was. Same silver car. Parked just a bit down from the entrance. Windows fogged up from the cold. Headlights off. I didn't see the person inside until I was directly across from it. He didn't move. Didn't turn his head. But I knew he saw me. You know when you just feel someone looking right at you, that heavy pressure on your back? I kept walking, didn't even glance directly at the car, just went around the corner and stood behind a skip until I was sure I wasn't being followed. I don't know why I didn't call anyone. I guess I didn't want to sound dramatic. What was I going to say? There's a car that keeps appearing wherever I go. It sounded unhinged even in my own head. Plus, no one had actually done anything. It got worse when I saw it outside my flat. Rusholme's a busy area, loads of parking turnover. I usually have to leave my car 2 or 3 streets away. But that night I came home from a late Tesco run, and there it was parked directly across from my building's front door. Same dent, same shape. I stood there with my shopping bag, staring at it like an idiot. Still, no movement, no lights, no sound. Just presence. I texted my sister, told her I was feeling weird, didn't mention the car. She offered to let me stay the night at hers, but I brushed it off, said I was just overtired. I barely slept. The next time I saw the car was somewhere it definitely shouldn't have been. My sister's wedding. It was a small venue out in Cheshire, countryside vibes, private access. No public parking nearby, all guests had to be on a list for the reception. It had been a long day. My nerves were already fried, and I'd just stepped outside to get some air when I saw it. Parked at the edge of the lot, slightly hidden behind a tall hedge, silver Peugeot, same weird dent, same off-kilter alignment of the back wheel. I don't remember walking toward it, but I did. I got close enough to see that the inside was empty this time, no driver, but the driver's seat was reclined all the way back, like someone had just been lying there. I turned and walked straight to the event manager and asked her if she had the guest list for vehicles. She said she did. I asked if a silver Peugeot was on it. It wasn't. I told her it didn't belong to anyone, and someone came out to check. By the time we got back to the lot, less than 5 minutes, the car was gone. I didn't say anything to my sister. I didn't want to ruin her day, but something shifted for me that night. Whatever this was, it wasn't random. This car was following me, but not in the way you see in movies, not tailing me down streets or chasing me through alleyways. It just appeared, always still, always watching. I decided to go to the police. They were polite but predictably unhelpful. I gave them everything: make, color, rough plate numbers. They took it all down, said they'd look into it, probably just a misunderstanding. Someone with a similar routine, maybe an ex I'd forgotten to mention. But the next day, an officer called me back. And this is when things tipped from unnerving to downright wrong. He said the plate matched a vehicle that had been declared scrapped 6 months ago, totaled in a collision, written off, no insurance, officially destroyed. The scrapyard logs even had a receipt and timestamp. But that car, the same car, was still appearing wherever I went. I told the officer that, and he got quiet. Said they'd look into it again. I haven't heard back. The final straw happened 2 nights ago. I was walking to my car, parked just off Wilmslow Road. It was late, cold, light drizzle. I opened the door, got in, and something fluttered on my windscreen. A note, folded, plain paper, no envelope. It read, "I liked the blue dress better. Tomorrow you'll wear it again." No name, no handwriting I recognized, nothing else. And I had worn a blue dress 2 nights earlier, once, briefly, to a birthday party I barely mentioned to anyone. I didn't tell anyone about the note until now. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's a stalker or something else entirely. But the silver car is real. The man, whoever he is, he's watching. And now he knows what I'm going to wear tomorrow. I'm scared to find out what happens if I don't. I didn't wear the dress. I thought about it, stared at it hanging on the back of my wardrobe door for a long time the next morning. Blue, simple, a bit wrinkled, I'd worn it to a friend's birthday at a pub in Didsbury. Nothing fancy. I almost forgot I owned it. But the note had changed everything. I couldn't wear it. Not after that. It felt like giving permission. I wore jeans and a hoodie instead, kept my hair up in a bun, no makeup, left the house around 11, later than usual, made sure I walked in a different direction to get to the bus stop. I didn't want to drive, didn't want to risk going back to the car and finding something else waiting for me under the wiper. The whole way into town I kept checking behind me. Every corner, every crossing, nothing, just other people doing their normal routines. But that was the thing, wasn't it? Whoever this was, if it was a person, they didn't act like someone out for attention. They weren't trying to scare me in the open. It was all quiet, intentional, measured. By the time I got to the cafe, I was already exhausted. I didn't mention the note to anyone at work. I wanted to badly, but how do you bring something like that up? Oh, by the way, someone might be stalking me and possibly knows where I live, what I wear, and who I talk to. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue in a break room conversation. Around 4 p.m., I started feeling this tightness in my chest. Not a full-blown panic attack, I've had those. I know what they feel like, but more like a weight. Like I was being pushed toward a moment I couldn't name yet, a slow, thick dread. I kept glancing out the front window between customers. The view of the street wasn't perfect, buses blocking parts of the curb, people stopping to check their phones, but I kept looking anyway. At 6:47, the silver car was there. Right across the road, same spot as the first time I ever noticed it, parked parallel to the cafe's big window, as if it had never moved. I didn't even see it arrive. It was just there. I couldn't see the driver, not clearly. The windows were tinted and it was dark out, but I swear there was someone sitting behind the wheel, not moving, no phone out, no radio glare. I must have frozen for a full minute. I heard Gemma behind me, she was doing the till, ask if I was all right. I mumbled something about being tired and stepped into the back, hands shaking. I tried to call the police again. They didn't answer, or rather, they did, but it was a switchboard. I was on hold for almost 10 minutes, and by the time someone picked up, I was already spiraling into this weird mental loop where I doubted everything. What if it's not the same car? What if I'm just seeing what I'm afraid to see? What if someone I know is messing with me? But then, the note. That wasn't imagined. It was real, tucked under my wiper blade like a warning wrapped in politeness. The officer who finally came on the line was kind. She listened, took my details again. I asked if anyone had followed up on the registration number. She went quiet for a second, then said, "It's still listed as scrapped. There shouldn't be a vehicle matching that description on the road." I asked if it could be cloned plates, someone using the number from a destroyed car to avoid tracking. She didn't say yes, but she didn't say no either. She just told me to keep a record, write things down, take pictures if I felt safe doing so, and not to approach the vehicle, as if I wanted to get close to it. I hung up, told Gemma I had a headache and needed to leave a bit early. She was sweet about it, said she'd finish the close. I left through the front, but took a wide route around the car, pretended to be on my phone, didn't look directly at the windows, just enough of a glance to confirm, yeah. There was definitely someone inside. Pale face, maybe male, sitting too still. I walked 5 blocks out of my way before calling an Uber. I was halfway home when I realized what scared me most wasn't the fact the car was still following me. It was that I hadn't seen it following me. No movement, no sound. It was just always where I was about to be. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed on the couch with the curtains half drawn and the kitchen light on. Every 30 minutes, I peeked out the window. At 3:12 a.m., I saw it again. Parked on the opposite side of the road, no headlights, no interior light, just a dull reflection of the street lamp in its windshield. I took a photo this time, through the glass, zoomed in. The image came out blurry, but you can make out the car, and if you squint, a pale outline behind the steering wheel. But the part that turned my stomach wasn't the photo. It was when I looked at the time stamp, 3:12 a.m. The exact time I woke up the night before from a dream I couldn't remember, only that someone had whispered my name in it. And that night, I hadn't looked out the window. What if it had been there then too? What if it always had been? I sent the photo to my sister, didn't say much, just, "Seen this car around your place?" She texted back 5 minutes later. "No, but I've seen it near Mum's." My blood ran cold. Mum lives in a retirement flat near the edge of Levenshulme. She doesn't drive anymore. Never had a reason to. I hadn't told her anything, hadn't mentioned the car, neither had my sister. But apparently, the silver Peugeot had been spotted there too. This isn't just about me anymore. Whoever's in that car, if it even is a person, they're expanding the circle. And I don't think they're watching me for fun. I think they're waiting for me to do something, or not do something. And I still haven't worn the blue dress. It started with the dress, right? The blue one. The note said I'd wear it again. I still hadn't. And maybe that was the problem. Because things started changing after that. I don't mean in the usual stalker horror movie kind of way. No broken windows, no dead pets, no heavy breathing phone calls, just little things. Small, precise shifts in my routine that I didn't make. It started on Thursday morning. I left my flat around 9, like I always do, to grab a coffee and get some air before work. I'm a creature of habit. I go to the same cafe on the corner, sit at the window seat, order a flat white, always pay cash. But that day, the barista smiled at me and said, "Back again? Twice in one morning?" I blinked. "Sorry. You just came in, like half an hour ago." I shook my head. "No, I didn't." He laughed awkwardly, like he thought I was joking. "Well, someone who looked like you did. Same jacket, even the same earrings." I laughed it off too, played along, but inside, my chest was tightening. I hadn't been there earlier. I know I hadn't. I looked around the cafe like maybe someone was still there, someone copying me, mimicking me. But the place was nearly empty, just a couple of students and an old man reading a newspaper. I tried to brush it off, went to work, didn't mention it to anyone. But then, later that night, my phone buzzed, a text from my sister. "Hey, are you still here? You left your scarf." I stared at it for a full minute before replying. "Where?" "Mum's place. You were just here like an hour ago. Had tea, remember? I hadn't been there in 3 days. I called her immediately. She picked up on the second ring. "What's going on?" I asked. She sounded confused. "What do you mean?" "I wasn't at Mum's today." There was a pause. "Are you messing with me?" "No, I'm serious." "Well, someone who looked exactly like you was. Same hair, same bloody laugh. Mum even said you seemed a bit quiet." My mouth went dry. "I've been at work all day," I whispered. "You sure you're okay?" I hung up. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I just sat on the floor of my living room, back against the sofa, listening to the quiet hum of the fridge and the occasional hiss of wind through the cracked window. At 2:54 a.m., a car drove past my building. I didn't see it, but I heard it. That specific engine sound low and uneven, like something not quite tuned right, and then the slow crunch of tires on gravel as it eased to a stop. I didn't move, didn't look, but my whole body was locked in place. A minute later, my phone vibrated. No number. Just a single message. "She wears it better." I didn't respond. I don't think I even breathed. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke up, the sun was rising and my front door was locked. I checked my closet. The blue dress was still there, but it wasn't hanging on the hook where I'd left it. It was folded neatly on my bed, like someone had laid it out for me. That morning, I called in sick to work and took a cab straight to the police station. I brought the photo I'd taken of the car, printed the texts, even brought the dress, the folded one. I didn't know what I thought they'd do with it, test it for prints, fibers, blood. The officer I spoke to was polite, but his eyes glazed over halfway through. He nodded a lot, jotted things down, gave me a leaflet about personal safety. He suggested I see someone. "As in, a therapist?" I asked, voice flat. "Well, just to talk through everything. Might help you make sense of it." "Would you say that to someone who brought in a break? In report?" He didn't answer. I left with nothing. That night, I wore the dress. I know, I shouldn't have, but I wanted to control something. It felt like I was being handled, like my own life had been put on rails, and someone else had the schedule. Wearing it felt like flipping the script, like if I wore it on my terms, it wouldn't mean what they thought it did. I went to the pub near my old uni, loud, busy, familiar, lots of bodies, lots of noise. I sat with a friend from work, didn't drink much, kept checking the window. No sign of the car, no texts, no notes. I felt okay until I went to the toilet. It was one of those grimy, mirror-lined loose where everything echoes. I was washing my hands, not really looking up, when I noticed something in the mirror behind me. A woman, standing just outside the stall area, wearing the same dress. Same cut, same color, but not mine. It fit her differently, looser at the shoulders, longer at the hem. Her hair was darker than mine, pulled back tight. I turned around fast. No one was there. I ran back out into the pub. My friend looked up like nothing had happened. I asked if she saw anyone come from the toilets. She shook her head. You okay? I think someone's following me. Do you want me to call someone? No, I said, suddenly unsure of who someone even was anymore. I left early, took a cab home, told myself I'd imagined it, until I walked into my flat and saw the scarf. The one I supposedly left at Mum's place, folded on my kitchen counter. My sister hadn't been by. I texted her just to check. She hadn't touched it. That night, I took a video, just one, of my front door. I set up my phone on a stack of books, hit record, and let it run while I slept, or at least while I laid still and pretended to. The next morning, I checked the footage. Nothing for the first few hours. But at 3:12 a.m., there's a flicker of movement. The sound of a key turning in the lock. The door opens. And in the doorway, just for a second, you see someone wearing the blue dress. My blue dress. Only it wasn't me, because I was already lying in bed, watching, frozen. She didn't come in. She just stood there. And then she smiled. I didn't show the video to anyone. I should have. I know that. But when you watch something like that, truly watch it, frame by frame, over and over again, it stops feeling like proof and starts feeling like a trap. Like if you show it to someone else, you're inviting them into it too. You're saying, "Here, carry this with me. Try sleeping now." So I kept it to myself. And then I deleted it. Not because I wanted to, but because something about keeping it like a cursed object felt worse than not having it at all. I'd already watched it too many times. That moment where the door unlocks, creaks open, the sound of the hinges, and then her. Standing in my doorway, wearing my dress, with my face, but not exactly my face. I couldn't explain it to myself at the time, but I know now what was wrong. She didn't blink, not once. She stood there for 16 full seconds, I counted, just looking in, eyes locked on the direction of the camera. No blinking. And then she smiled. Not in a creepy, exaggerated way, just slight, familiar, the kind of smile I'd give a friend I haven't seen in years. Then the door quietly closed again. Locked. The sound of footsteps fading down the hall. That was 3 nights ago. And since then, everything's been different. I don't mean that in a dramatic way, like the world turned upside down. I mean it in that unnerving, gut-sick way, where everything around you keeps going, but you know something's shifted. Everyone still says good morning the same way. The same adverts play on the tram. The cafe still sells the same lukewarm almond croissants, but there's a layer missing, or maybe added. Something between me and the world now, a thin sheet of glass, and I'm on the wrong side. I went to work the day after the video, even though I didn't sleep. I thought maybe keeping busy would help. It didn't. I was quieter than usual. People asked if I was okay, and I said I had a cold. One guy joked that I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I laughed. At 3:15 p.m., I went out back to dump the bins and saw the silver Peugeot parked across the road again. Not on our street, not directly outside the cafe. just around the corner, facing away, but unmistakable. I looked at it too long, I know I did. The windows were darker this time, or maybe the light was just different. I couldn't see inside. I wanted to walk up to it, knock on the window, say something, anything. But my legs wouldn't move. Not toward it, not anymore. And then, right before I turned to go back inside, the brake lights flashed. Just once. That night I stayed with my friend Lottie. I didn't tell her everything, but I said enough to make her concerned. She let me crash on her sofa, made tea, didn't ask too many questions. I think she assumed I was dealing with some bad relationship drama, maybe an ex I hadn't told her about. I let her think that. It's easier than saying, there's a woman who looks exactly like me wearing my clothes and entering my flat at night while a car that shouldn't exist follows me everywhere I go. She offered to drive me to the police again, and I almost said yes. But then I remembered the officer's face, the blank way he looked at me when I mentioned the registration, like he'd heard it before, like he knew something, but wouldn't or couldn't say it. I slept for the first time in days at Lottie's. No dreams. No visits. No dress. I woke up feeling almost normal, until I checked my phone. New message. You left the light on. I turned it off for you. No number. No reply option. Attached was a photo, taken from inside my flat. Living room, couch, blanket crumpled in the corner, TV remote on the armrest, the lamp beside the bookshelf, glowing softly. It had been off when I left, and in the corner of the frame you could see just a sliver of someone's arm, wearing blue. I didn't tell Lottie. I thanked her, made an excuse about early shifts, and left. I went back to my flat around midday, heart pounding so hard it felt like my ribs would split. Nothing was out of place. The door was locked, no signs of forced entry. The window was shut. The blanket was folded differently, but that could have been my memory playing tricks. Except it wasn't. Because on the kitchen counter was another note. Folded, no envelope, same handwriting as the first. Don't leave the light on again. It makes you look tired. That's when I broke. Not in the scream and cry kind of way, just a quiet, full-body shutdown. I sat on the floor, back against the fridge, knees pulled up, and just stopped. Stopped trying to understand. Stopped trying to rationalize. There's only so much your brain can do before it runs out of plausible explanations. I stayed there until it got dark. And when I finally moved, it was to unplug every lamp, every appliance, every source of light in the flat. I covered the windows with spare towels and garbage bags, taped them shut, turned off my phone, turned off everything. I didn't want to be seen anymore. Not by her. Not by whoever's in that car. Not by anything. I laid down in the dark and told myself I wouldn't sleep. But I did. And I dreamed. She was standing over me, wearing the dress. Her face was inches from mine, and she wasn't smiling this time. She said in my own voice, "You can't keep hiding. You were never meant to stay separate." Then she reached down and touched my hand. And I woke up. In the dress. In the hallway. Front door wide open. I didn't move right away. I stood in the doorway, barefoot, half inside, half out, the cold air pulling at the hem of the blue dress. The same dress. I could feel it on my skin like it didn't belong there. Like it was wearing me instead of the other way around. I looked down and saw my keys in my hand, not held, clenched. My knuckles were white, my other hand was shaking. The hallway was empty, quiet, lights humming overhead. My upstairs neighbor's shoes were still tucked beside his door, and the carpet hadn't been disturbed. Nothing looked out of place, and that somehow made it worse. Everything around me was ordinary. It was me that wasn't. I stepped back inside, closed the door, locked it, twice. The flat was dark. I'd left it that way. No lamps, no light from the TV, nothing that could draw attention. But now it felt like something had been here while I was out of it. The air felt different. Tighter, like walking into a room where someone had just had a quiet argument. I walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. It was me. I think. But my eyes looked too alert, too steady for someone who'd just woken up in a hallway wearing a dress she hadn't put on. I took it off, folded it, stuffed it into a tote bag, and shoved it into the cupboard under the sink. Then I took a hoodie from the back of the chair and pulled it on, sleeves too long, the familiar smell of detergent and fabric softener grounding me, barely. I sat on the couch and tried to piece together a timeline. I remembered unplugging the lamps. I remembered laying on the floor in the dark, and then, nothing, no dream, no sound. Just waking up where I shouldn't have been, in clothes I didn't remember putting on. I checked the windows, still covered. I checked the door locked from the inside. So how had I ended up outside it? And why the dress? Why always the dress? I turned my phone back on. One new message. No number, no sender. We're almost aligned. That was all it said. I deleted it, then I took the SIM card out and broke it in half. I spent the rest of that day cleaning. It wasn't rational, but I needed to move, needed to do something tactile. I scrubbed the bathroom even though it was clean. Took everything out of the kitchen drawers and reorganized them. Washed bedding that wasn't dirty. I was trying to push her out. Whatever version of me was bleeding into this one, the girl in the doorway, the girl in the mirror. I didn't want her here. I didn't want to be her. But you can only scrub a floor so many times before you start to see the shape of your own shadow stretched out across it. And then all you have left is the quiet and the waiting. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Just sat in the chair by the door, listening. At exactly 3:12 a.m., the hallway light outside my flat flickered. Just once. Then silence. The next morning I made a decision. I packed a bag. Basics only: toothbrush, chargers, leggings, jumper. Left the dress in the cupboard under the sink, still in the tote. Didn't touch it. I texted my mom, told her I needed a break. She didn't ask questions, just said of course I could stay with her. But I didn't go straight there. I went to the scrapyard. The one the police had said the Peugeot had been registered to. I'd remembered the name from the report's small place on the outskirts near Oldham, industrial estate with a row of mechanics and a fish and chip shop that always smells slightly burnt. I got there around 11. There was a man at the front in a high-vis vest, sipping from a thermos. He looked up as I approached. "Need something?" "I'm looking for a car," I said, trying to sound casual. "Silver Peugeot. Scrap claim was filed 6 months ago. Might have been a 307. He raised an eyebrow. "You a cop?" "No," I said quickly. "Personal reasons." He gave me a long look, then shrugged. "You'll need the reg number." I gave it to him. I'd memorized it. He walked off toward the office, and I waited. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. He didn't come back. Finally, I walked over to the door and pushed it open. Empty. No one inside. No sign of him. Just a radio playing quietly in the background and a stack of folders on the desk. I scanned the top page. Nothing helpful. Names, dates, makes, models. Then I saw one labeled Incident, Staff Note. Curiosity overruled everything. I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. No letterhead, no signature, just typed text. Vehicle scrap request processed manually. No visual confirmation of vehicle at time of disposal. Record generated via third-party intake. Then, handwritten beneath it. This one came from nowhere. No tow, no drop-off. Just a number. No sign it was ever on the lot. I put the file back exactly as I found it and left. I didn't stop moving until I got to my mum's. She was waiting with tea and biscuits like I'd just come back from holiday. I tried to act normal. We talked about her garden, about the neighbor's cat, about whether or not she should get a new kettle. I didn't tell her anything. Not about the messages. Not about the mirror. Not about the dress. Not about the car that was apparently never scrapped because it had never been there in the first place. I didn't sleep much that night either, but at least it felt safer. Until the morning, when I opened the curtains in the guest room and saw the silver Peugeot parked across the road. Same dent, same angle, facing directly at the house. And on the window, in the condensation, someone had written, "Soon." I stood there at the window for a long time. Longer than made sense, longer than was safe. The message on the window soon had already started to fade in the sunlight. A thin sheen of dew rolled down the glass, dragging the letters with it until they blurred into nothing. But I kept staring at that car. The silver Peugeot, same dull paint, same dent by the rear tire, like it had never moved, never aged, never changed. It was just there, as it always had been. I didn't tell Mum. She was downstairs making toast, humming like nothing was wrong. And honestly, I didn't want to drag her into this, not when I didn't even know what this was. After a minute, I stepped back from the window, took a breath, and decided, no more running. No more hiding at friends' flats, no more staring at screens, waiting for the next message, or the next dream, or the next visit. I was going to end it. I put on my coat, grabbed my bag, and walked out the door before I could talk myself out of it. The car didn't move. Didn't so much as twitch. I walked straight toward it, crossed the road, no hesitation this time. I reached the driver's side window and looked in. Empty. Again. But it wasn't just empty, it was wrong. There was no dust on the dashboard, no scratches on the wheel, no wear on the seat. It looked unused, like it had been set dressed to look lived in, a prop more than a machine. And in the cup holder, folded neatly, was another note. I didn't want to touch it, but I did. Thank you for staying the course. The mirror has been calibrated. That was all it said. I stood there holding it, stomach dropping, heart weirdly calm. The note didn't feel threatening. It felt final, like a signed invoice after a long project. I walked around to the front of the car and looked for a plate. There wasn't one. Not even a bracket. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually the passenger door unlocked by itself. A soft click, no sound from the locks, no movement from inside, just an invitation. And I took it. Because I had to. Because whatever this thing was, a person, a program, a version of me or something else, it had built itself around my life, my patterns, my choices, my face. And I needed to understand why. I got in. The interior was cold, not freezing, just sterile, like the air didn't come from outside. The radio was on, tuned to white noise, no station, no voice. I waited. Nothing happened. Then the rearview mirror flickered, not physically like a screen glitching, and suddenly it wasn't showing the street behind us. It was showing me, in my flat. Not me, now, me yesterday, lying on the floor, the blue dress folded next to me, eyes closed, completely still. Then the image shifted. The same flat, but someone else was standing over me. Same height, same hair, different face. Mine, but not. And I understood. She wasn't stalking me. She wasn't copying me. She was replacing me. And now that the mirror was calibrated, whatever that meant, the change was complete. I looked at my hands, turned them over. They looked the same, felt the same, but a sick feeling crept up from my stomach, like I was suddenly aware of being looked through instead of looking out. I got out of the car, closed the door, walked home. The car didn't follow. It didn't need to. I spent the rest of the day in silence. No music, no phone. I didn't turn on the TV, didn't check the curtains. Just sat on the floor and tried to remember things, specific things, memories from before this all started. I tried to recall the texture of my old school uniform, the smell of my mom's hair after she'd come home from her shift, the way it felt to hold hands with someone for the first time and not think about what your face was doing. And I could. They were there, which meant I was still me. Right? That night I slept. No dreams. Just a soft, cold feeling, like something had been taken from me gently, not ripped, just lifted. Like a splinter removed from skin you didn't know had been pierced. I woke up feeling lighter. Not better, but lighter. And I knew somehow that it was over. Not because anyone told me. Not because the car vanished. Because I felt complete in a way that scared me more than anything else. I was no longer being watched. Because whatever had been watching me was now in me, or had become me, or maybe I'd become it. I don't know the language for this kind of thing. No one does. But I do know this. The silver Peugeot hasn't shown up since. The texts stopped. No more notes. No more sightings of someone in my dress. It's been 2 weeks. I go to work. I walk home. I sleep. It's all normal. Except for one thing. My reflection. Sometimes it doesn't feel delayed anymore. Sometimes it feels like I'm the one behind. Like the reflection is already moving before I do. Like it's checking to see if I'll catch up. And once, just once, I smiled at myself. And the mirror didn't smile back. My name's Jonah, and I've never been a great sleeper. That's not an exaggeration or one of those casual complaints people make when they're a little tired. I mean it in the real sense. Since I was a kid, I've had this tense relationship with sleep, too light, too fitful, too fragile. Some nights I wouldn't sleep at all, and when I did, it was like my body was doing it against its will, just collapsing out of sheer necessity. I'd wake up feeling just as tired, sometimes more. No dreams, no peace, just a blacked-out stretch between anxiety and another morning. I used to joke about it, say my brain just didn't know how to shut off, but deep down, I knew it wasn't funny. I'd tried everything: apps, melatonin, guided meditations, white noise, blackout curtains, even that weird magnesium drink that tastes like chalky watermelon. Nothing worked. So when I saw an ad on a local subreddit looking for volunteers for a sleep study, I figured, why not? It sounded harmless. They'd monitor me overnight, run some tests, maybe try a new sleep aid. The post said it was university affiliated, run through a nearby hospital's sleep lab. I did a quick background check. It looked legit. There were forms to sign, release waivers, the usual kind of paperwork that makes everything seem official. They even offered a stipend, $200 for one night's sleep, or in my case, an attempt at sleep. I called the number, and a woman named Shelby walked me through everything. She had one of those calm voices that makes you feel like you're being helped at a spa. She asked about my history, my patterns, what I'd tried, what I hadn't. Then she scheduled me for a Thursday night. Check-in was at 9:00 p.m. sharp. The clinic was in a medical building on the edge of town, sterile but new-looking, tucked between a chiropractor's office and a lab testing center. It didn't feel creepy, if that's what you're expecting. If anything, it felt too clean. Generic artwork, that weird hospital soap smell, fluorescents that buzzed slightly. They led me to a small room, bed in the center, mounted camera in the corner, medical cart with wires and sensors neatly coiled. Nothing too dramatic. Shelby came in wearing a light blue polo with the clinic's logo stitched on the chest. She was maybe mid-30s, dark curly hair pulled into a low bun, clipboard always in hand, calm, efficient. She explained the process. They'd wire me up head, chest, hands, legs to track movement and brain activity. There were cameras and an audio mic in the room. I could use the bathroom before bed, but once the sensors were attached, I needed to stay in bed unless it was an emergency. No phones after 10:00 p.m. She'd be in the control room next door with another tech. I followed instructions, used the bathroom, put on the soft cotton pajamas they gave me, gray and baggy, like something you'd get at a wellness retreat. Then Shelby came back in with the wires, gently sticking electrodes to my scalp, wrapping straps across my chest and abdomen. She attached a pulse oximeter to my finger and positioned a mic near my neck. "You'll probably feel like a robot," she said, smiling faintly, "but it's all standard. Just breathe normally and try to rest." I laid down. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, firm but not stiff. There was a red digital clock on the side table, 12 p.m. The camera in the corner had a tiny green light that blinked every few seconds. I stared at it for a while, then turned my head away. And then I slept. Not just a nap or a shallow drift. I slept. The kind of sleep that makes your bones feel soft, like your body's exhaling from a place you didn't know had been clenched for years. It was deep, undisturbed, heavy. I don't even remember dreaming. I just remember the weightless darkness, like floating in warm ink. I woke up to the soft knock on the door and Shelby's voice. "Morning, Jonah. Time to wake up." I blinked into the dimmed lights, momentarily disoriented. She unhooked the wires while making small talk, how I felt, how I thought I slept, what I remembered. I told her it was probably the best sleep I'd had in a decade. She smiled again and nodded. "We'll be in touch soon with your sleep data. Glad it went well." I signed a couple forms, grabbed the little pre-packed breakfast bag they offered, granola bar, banana, boxed juice, and walked out into the gray morning feeling weirdly refreshed. Not just physically, but emotionally, like something heavy had been pressed down on me for years and had finally, somehow, lifted. I went home, showered, and took the day off, watched a movie, cooked for the first time in weeks, slept fine that night too, though not quite as soundly. Then, 3 days later, I got the message. It was a simple email from the clinic. Subject: rescheduling. Body: "Hi Jonah. Sorry to hear you had to cancel Thursday night. We understand things come up. Let us know if you'd like to reschedule. Stay well. The sleep research team." I stared at it for a long time. Confused wasn't even the word. I read it again and again. My first thought was maybe there'd been a clerical error, maybe someone else with the same name. Maybe the system glitched. I was there. I signed in. Shelby wired me up. I still had the damn banana in my kitchen from the breakfast bag. I replied quickly, asking for clarification. Within an hour, someone named Dr. Keene responded, apologetic and polite, but he reiterated the same thing. "Our logs show a cancellation at 4:42 p.m. on Thursday. I'm afraid there's no overnight recording or data file under your name. Are you sure you're referring to the correct clinic?" That set something off in me. My skin felt hot. My stomach dropped. This wasn't a small mistake. It didn't make any sense. I wrote back explaining everything in detail. I even attached a picture of the breakfast bag and wrapper with their logo. They didn't respond. So I checked the footage, not the clinic's mine. I have a home security camera in my bedroom. It's nothing fancy, but it uploads clips to my cloud account whenever there's motion. I didn't think it would show anything, but I checked just in case. And there it was. A recording from Thursday night, timestamp 4 a.m., my bed, me sleeping soundly. But the room wasn't mine. I couldn't explain it. It was similar in layout but off. Subtle details. The window was on the wrong wall. The closet door wasn't there. The blanket covering me was beige, not my blue comforter. Then came the moment that knocked the breath out of me. A woman entered the frame slowly, dressed in pale blue scrubs. Same curly hair, same soft face. Shelby. She leaned over me gently, placed a hand on my arm like she was checking my pulse. Then, after a moment, she leaned in closer and whispered, soft, calm, just loud enough to pick up on the mic. "This one's not ready yet." She stood up and left the frame. The video ended there. And I sat on the floor, cold and sweating, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. I hadn't dreamed it. I had been somewhere. But apparently, not at the clinic. The thing that got to me most, more than the clinic denying I'd ever been there, more than the footage, was how calm I looked while she leaned over me. I watched that short video at least 20 times in a row, paused it, zoomed, adjusted the volume. Every time it was the same. Me asleep, not stirring, not reacting at all, while she stood inches from my face. It didn't even look like normal sleep. I wasn't breathing heavily, or twitching, or moving. Just still, like I'd been drugged, or like I wasn't in my body at all. And Shelby's voice, "This one's not ready yet." I kept replaying those words in my head. She didn't sound surprised or confused. She wasn't evaluating. She was stating something. As if there was a checklist. As if I'd almost passed. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I left the lights on, kept the bedroom door open, paced the living room until my feet hurt. Every time I sat down, I ended up right back in front of the footage, trying to find something I'd missed, a detail, a reflection, anything to anchor me. But all I had was a 15-second clip that felt like it had cracked something wide open. By morning, I was exhausted, anxious, and just barely holding it together. I needed someone else to confirm I wasn't spiraling into some kind of delusion, so I called my friend Drew. Drew's a paramedic, the kind of guy who doesn't scare easy. He's also one of the only people I trust to look at something weird without making it weirder. We hadn't talked in a couple months, but when I asked if he could come over for something a little messed up, he didn't ask questions. Just said he'd be there in 20. When he got there, I didn't give him a whole explanation right away. I just queued up the clip and hit play. He watched it once in silence, then looked at me with this slow, quiet shift in his expression, like his brain was catching up to what he was seeing. "Where is this?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "I thought I was at a sleep clinic." "You set up a camera in their room?" "No," I said. "That's the thing. This is my security cam. But that room, that's not my bedroom." He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "But you're in it. Sleeping. Same shirt, same tattoo, that's you." "Yeah." "And this nurse? She's from the clinic?" I nodded. Her name was Shelby. He sat back. "Man, you're telling me you remember driving to the clinic, checking in, getting hooked up, the whole deal?" "I remember everything. The intake, her wiring me up, going to bed, waking up the next morning. It was clear as day." He went quiet for a while. Then, finally, he asked, "You ever been on benzos? Anything that knocks you out cold?" "No." "Ever blacked out before? Drinking anything? Never like this. He nodded slowly, then rubbed his jaw, thoughtful. This isn't a dream. You're not hallucinating. That's too clean. The footage is too composed. Whoever was filming you wanted this recorded. That sentence hit hard. I was being watched, I said quietly, but not by the clinic. Or not that clinic, Drew said, looking uneasy for the first time. What if it's something else? Something running parallel to it? Some fake setup that looks just real enough to pass? I shook my head. They had medical equipment, check-in forms. They knew things about me, my sleep patterns, medications I've tried. They asked real questions. So how do they explain you never being there? I told him about the email, about the cancellation notice, about how they had no record of me ever being inside the building. He didn't say anything for a few seconds. Then he stood up and said, "We need to go back." What? To the clinic. Now. We need to see it in daylight. Let's confirm it even exists. So we drove. Mid-morning traffic, overcast sky, everything dull and gray, like the world hadn't quite woken up yet. I was quiet the whole way, staring out the passenger window, heart thudding steadily in my chest. When we pulled up to the strip mall, the building was still there. Same layout, same glass doors, same sign on the front, ClearPoint Sleep Research. It looked perfectly normal. But as we walked up to the entrance, I noticed something new. The door was locked. A paper sign taped to the glass read, "Closed for maintenance. Please call to reschedule." I tried the number on the sign, straight to voicemail. Drew cupped his hands and peered inside. Nobody in there. The lobby was dark, the reception desk empty. There was a strange absence to the place now, like a stage set with no actors. I pressed my face to the glass and looked around. I could still see the clipboard holder where I'd signed in, the water cooler, the cheap chairs along the wall. It was all exactly the same, but dead somehow, abandoned. "This isn't right," I said quietly. "You sure this is where you were?" "Positive." We circled the building. No cars in the lot, no delivery trucks, no rear entrance, just a loading door with a rusted-out lock. It looked like nobody had come or gone in days. That night, I dreamed of the room. Not my room, not the real one, the other one, the fake one, the almost room. It was perfectly still in the dream, too. Same lighting, same hum of electronics. I was lying in bed, watching the green light on the camera blink. And then the door opened again. Shelby walked in, but she wasn't alone this time. 2 others followed. 1 male, 1 female. They didn't wear name tags. Their faces were blurred in a way that didn't make visual sense. Like a video with the compression turned all the way up. Shelby leaned over, just like in the footage, and whispered something I couldn't make out. Then the man leaned in and touched my forehead. His fingers were cold, wrong somehow. Like touching something that had never been alive. And that's when I woke up with a start, drenched in sweat, gasping like I'd been underwater. I turned on every light, sat in the bathroom for a full hour just staring at my own face, checking for marks, bruises, any sign I'd been moved or touched. Nothing. But the fear stayed, that creeping certainty that someone or something had been there with me, inside the house. Or maybe not in the house exactly, but close enough to be noticed if I stopped pretending not to look. The next morning, I opened my email and found a new message. No subject, no sender. Just one sentence. Still not ready. I didn't respond to the message. I sat there staring at it, blinking like it might rewrite itself, like maybe it was a mistake. But it stayed. Those 3 words. Still not ready. That wasn't from the clinic. There was no header, no metadata, no reply address. It didn't route through Gmail or anything familiar. Just a dead message, floating in my inbox like a ghost. I refreshed the page 3 times. It never moved, never disappeared. I even tried forwarding it to Drew, but the system spat it back. Message could not be delivered. So I took a screenshot, just in case it vanished. Then I deleted it. Not because I thought that would fix anything, but because I couldn't stand seeing it just sitting there, waiting, watching me. That whole day I felt off. I don't know how else to describe it. Like I was slightly out of sync with everything around me. My coffee tasted wrong. My phone screen looked too sharp. People on the sidewalk gave me too much eye contact. I started catching myself glancing over my shoulder, even when I was indoors, like something might be following me through my own apartment. And I couldn't shake the idea that they, whoever they were watching again. I pulled the footage from the last night, just to check, just to see, and it was there. One recording, 3:16 a.m., motion detected in the hallway outside my bedroom, but not in the bedroom. That camera never triggered. In the hall clip, you could see the bottom half of a person's leg, just one frame, one step, pants too clean, too pressed, black shoes, polished, then gone. I bolted the door, closed every window, covered the vent in my room with duct tape. Then I called Drew. He answered on the second ring. I could tell he was on edge too. Maybe it was just my voice, or maybe he'd been waiting for me to call. They messaged me, I told him. Who did? I don't know, but it said, still not ready. No sender, couldn't forward it, couldn't trace it. He went quiet, same voice as the video. I nodded, then realized he couldn't see me. Yeah, it felt like her. Shelby, calm, like I failed some test I didn't know I was taking. You're not staying there tonight. I don't know where else to go. You're coming here, he said. Pack a bag. You're not being alone. So I did. I threw clothes into a duffel, grabbed my laptop, my meds, my toothbrush, left the lights on and locked the door behind me, then drove to Drew's apartment on the south side. He lives on the 4th floor of an old red brick building with barred windows and bad plumbing. It smells like heat and old floorboards, and maybe a little mildew. But that night, it felt like a bunker, safe, or as close as anything was going to get. He cleared space on the couch for me and handed me a pillow that smelled faintly like his dog. I didn't ask what he told his girlfriend, or if he told her anything at all. I just laid there staring at the ceiling, every light still on, my bag by the door in case I had to run. It must have been close to 4 in the morning when I finally drifted off. Not sleep exactly, more like dropping into some shallow unconscious state. And I dreamed. I was in the room again, the almost room, the one that wasn't quite mine. But this time I was standing, not lying down. I walked over to the mirror, and that's when I noticed it didn't reflect me. It showed someone else, someone sleeping, a man I didn't recognize, but I knew he was me, or maybe a version of me, in another room, in another test. Behind the mirror, I could feel them watching. Shelby, the others, the ones with blurred faces. I couldn't see them, but I could feel their eyes on me like hot breath on the back of my neck. Then she spoke, not out loud, not with her mouth. Not this one. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, the kind where your shirt sticks to you, and you feel like your body has betrayed you. Drew was sitting at the kitchen table, laptop open, a half-eaten sandwich next to him. He turned when he heard me. "You all right?" "No," I said, honestly, "but I don't think that matters anymore." I walked over, rubbing my face, still trying to shake off the dream. "You find anything?" He nodded, "Maybe." He turned the screen toward me. It was a forum post, old, looked like it had been archived and pulled from some defunct conspiracy subreddit. The headline read, "Anyone else get recruited for a sleep study that doesn't actually record anything?" The post was from 7 years ago. A guy named Marcus. He described signing up for a sleep study through a university email blast. Said he checked in, got wired up, was told he'd be monitored overnight. But afterward, no one contacted him again. When he followed up, the clinic had no record of him being there. The exact same thing, except his story had one more detail I hadn't read before. He said after the study, he started dreaming of rooms that weren't his, identical in layout, but subtly wrong. Sometimes he'd see himself in the corner. Other times, he said, he was watching someone else. The last line of his post hit me like a gut punch. Eventually, I stopped dreaming entirely, but the people I see now when I walk past mirrors or windows or any reflection, sometimes they're not me. I think I became one of the ones watching. I sat back, dizzy, heart thudding in my ears. "This was 7 years ago," I whispered. "Yeah," Drew said quietly, "and there are others. Not many, but they're out there, all slightly different, same core details. Sleep clinics, monitoring, vanishing records." "What the hell is it?" I asked. "I don't think it's medical," he said, "and I don't think it ever was." I looked at him, suddenly aware of how tired he looked, how tight his jaw was, how his laptop screen cast weird shadows across his face. "I think," he said slowly, "you were never being studied. Not in the way they said. You were being measured, like someone's checking for, I don't know, compatibility." "For what?" "I don't know," he said, "but they're looking for something, and you're close." "Close to what?" He met my eyes, being ready. That word again. Ready. Whatever it meant, it had weight, and now it hung over everything, every dream, every shadow, every mirror I avoided, looking into too long. And I had the horrible feeling that next time they wouldn't whisper. They'd take. I stayed with Drew for 3 more nights. We barely talked. There wasn't much left to say. Each day blurred into the next, and every hour was thick with this creeping dread neither of us could name. It was like we'd both seen too much to explain, but not enough to understand. The only thing I knew for sure was that real sleep wasn't safe anymore. not for me. On the third night, Drew woke me up. I was slumped on the couch in a shallow, twitchy half-sleep, still dressed in jeans. He was standing over me, pale and rattled, holding his phone in one hand like it had burned him. "There's something new," he said. He handed me the phone. The screen was open to a video. No caption, no account info, just a blank user, a single post. The thumbnail was dark and blurry, but I tapped it anyway. The video started with static, then slowly came into focus. A room. It wasn't mine. It wasn't Drew's either, but it was familiar. Same dimensions, same layout, same eerie, not quite right lighting. And lying on the bed hooked up to wires, motionless, was me. My stomach dropped. I couldn't breathe for a second. Then the camera shifted slightly, and another person stepped into frame. Shelby. Same pale blue scrubs, same calm face. But this time she didn't whisper. She looked straight at the camera, and she smiled. Just before the video ended, a second voice came from off-screen, too faint to make out completely, but I swear it said, "We can use this one." I dropped the phone onto the couch cushions and stood up too fast. My legs buckled a little, and Drew grabbed my arm. "Jonah," he said, "what the hell is this?" I shook my head. I couldn't answer. All I could think about was that room, that identical, duplicated, uncanny room where I'd been sleeping, or something had been sleeping in my skin. "Where did you find that?" I asked finally. He sat down hard, rubbing his face. It was in a private chat group, a link someone sent in a buried thread about dream research. The video disappeared an hour later. I saved the file before it was taken down. "How long has this been going on?" I whispered. "I don't think anyone knows, but it's not new." I thought about Marcus, the guy from the old Reddit post, and how he'd said his dreams stopped, that he started seeing versions of himself in reflections that didn't match. Drew looked up at me. "I think they're mapping people, copying them, and I think the tests are about figuring out when the subject becomes usable." "Usable for what?" "I don't know." His voice cracked on that last word, and I could see it in his eyes. He was scared, truly scared, not of ghosts or monsters, but of the scope of it, the structure behind it. Because if it's this big, if it's organized, then it's not paranormal, it's systematic. And that made it worse. That night I tried to stay awake. I drank coffee, splashed water on my face, kept my hands busy, but sometime around 5 in the morning, I slipped under. Not all the way, but enough. And when I did, the dream picked up where it left off. Same room, same mirrored geometry. This time I was walking. The door was open. I stepped into a hallway with smooth gray walls, no texture, no lights, just an ambient glow that didn't seem to come from anywhere. Every few feet there was a door, identical, unmarked. Behind each one, I heard breathing. Not mine. Then I passed one door that wasn't closed. It was cracked open, and inside I saw someone standing still, back turned, same clothes as me, same posture, same haircut. I whispered, "Hello?" He turned around. It was me. but not asleep. Watching, and he smiled. I woke up with a nosebleed, not a trickle of gush. Blood on the pillow, on my arm. My heart was racing, vision blurry. Drew came running in, panicked, handed me towels, helped me clean up. "I think you had a seizure," he said. I told him, voice hoarse. I don't think it was just a dream anymore. That morning, I decided to go back to the clinic. Not to ask questions, to get answers. I drove alone, against Drew's advice. He wanted to come, but I told him no. If this was something targeting people like me, people with sleep problems, maybe I could still pretend to be one of them. I parked down the street and walked up casually, like I had an appointment. The ClearPoint Sleep Research sign was gone. Just gone. No residue, no screw holes, no patch of sun-bleached paint. It was like it had never been there. The door had a new sticker that read "Private Offices, by appointment only." I tried the handle. It opened. No alarms. No cameras. Inside, the lobby was bare. Furniture gone. Desk gone. Even the wall art had been removed. Just a shell of a space. It smelled faintly of bleach and heat. I walked slowly, quietly, down the hall where I'd once seen Shelby disappear with her clipboard. The hallway ended in a locked steel door. Next to it, a keypad. Above it, a small lens, maybe a camera. I stared at it, then said, "I know you're watching. You took me. You studied me. I don't know what the hell this is, but I'm not going quietly. I'm not part of this." Nothing happened. No response. I turned to leave, and that's when I saw it. A mirror, full length, standing on a tripod at the end of the hallway, out of place, too clean, no dust on the glass. I stepped in front of it, and the reflection looked back. Same clothes, same haircut, but he blinked a half-second late. Then he smiled and lifted his hand. I didn't. My hands stayed by my sides, but in the mirror he waved. Slowly, deliberately. I stepped back, heart hammering, bile rising. Then I ran. Out the door, down the street. Didn't stop until I reached my car, hands shaking too hard to unlock it on the first try. Back at Drew's, I didn't talk, just paced, waited for night. And when I finally checked my email again, there was a new message. Same blank header, same formatting, just 3 words again. "Now you're ready." I sat with the message open for almost an hour. Now you're ready. It felt less like a warning and more like a confirmation, like I'd passed some test without knowing I was taking one. I hadn't replied, obviously. What would I even say? Thanks for the trauma. Please explain what the hell's going on. It wouldn't matter. Whoever or whatever was on the other side didn't need a response. They already knew what I was thinking, probably knew it before I did. Drew found me staring at the laptop screen and stopped in the kitchen doorway, towel draped over his shoulder. "They messaged you again." I didn't even nod. He walked over slowly, glanced at the screen, then at me. "They're escalating." "Feels that way," I said quietly. What are we dealing with, Jonah? Seriously, is this some kind of what? Cult? A program? Tech company going off the rails? I shook my head. I don't know. But I don't think it's just about watching anymore. I think they've been training me, maybe all of us, preparing something, measuring how we react. He sat across from me, rubbing his jaw. To what end? To see if we'll break or blend. He looked at me like he was about to argue, then didn't, because he couldn't, not after what he'd seen, not after the mirror. I hadn't told him the full part about that, about how my reflection waved without me, about how it knew I was watching. But I think he sensed it anyway. I keep wondering, I said, staring at the screen, if the reason I slept so well that night was because I wasn't the one in the bed. You think they took you? I think they took something from me and left a version behind, maybe just long enough to get what they needed. That doesn't make sense, he said. You're still you. Am I? I looked at him. Can you say that with certainty? He didn't answer. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat up on the couch, fully dressed, one foot tapping, phone in hand. I downloaded apps that monitor ambient noise, opened voice recording software, pointed my phone toward the bedroom like a cheap security cam. Drew slept with the door closed. I don't blame him. Sometime after 2 a.m., I felt it again, that hum. Not a sound exactly, more like a shift in pressure. The air felt thicker, like breathing through gauze. It started behind my eyes, then moved to my teeth. And then I heard it. Not footsteps. Movement. Inside the walls. Inside me. I grabbed my phone, tried to start recording, but the app froze. The whole screen locked up, brightness flaring, icons glitching. Then the phone just turned off, dead. That's when I heard my voice. Not from my mouth, from behind the bedroom door. It said, plain and steady, "I'm ready now." I bolted upright. The door creaked open slowly. Light spilled out from the bedroom. I stepped toward it, heart pounding so hard it was making me dizzy. Drew was sitting on the edge of the bed, eyes wide, face pale. He didn't look scared. He looked absent. I called his name. He blinked, slow and mechanical. Jonah. Are you awake? I think so, he said, but the words didn't sound like him. His voice had weight to it, like it was trying too hard to mimic something natural. Then he looked at me and said, "You're next." And he collapsed. No seizure, no drama, just dropped backward like someone had pulled his plug. I rushed to him, pulse was fine, breathing steady, but when I shook him, he didn't respond, eyes closed, like sleep, but too deep. I shouted his name, slapped his cheek, even poured water on him. Nothing. I called 911. By the time paramedics arrived, he was sitting up, dazed but talking. He didn't remember a thing, just felt foggy, like he'd come out of anesthesia. I didn't tell them what I'd heard. What would I say? My friend said I'm next and then passed out. They checked him over, said it was probably stress, maybe low blood sugar, maybe a sleep episode. Drew just kept blinking, like his eyes didn't fit his face. I didn't sleep that night either. The next day I started seeing things. At least I think I did. Could have been exhaustion, but the way people looked at me on the street felt wrong. Like they were checking for a barcode behind my ear. In the grocery store, I caught a man staring at me from the dairy aisle. He had the same face as the guy in line at checkout. Identical, not twins copies. He saw me staring. He smiled. I left my cart and walked out. Back at the apartment, I found my laptop on. I hadn't left it that way. A new file was on the desktop. No name, just a timestamp, 317 MP4. I clicked it. It was a live feed of me, right then, watching the screen. And behind me, just barely visible in the reflection of the window, was another me, standing still, watching. I spun around. Nothing. I turned back. The feed was gone. The file deleted. I sat down slowly, trying not to fall apart. I remember thinking, maybe they weren't making a copy of me. Maybe they were reintroducing me to it. Maybe I wasn't the first version. Maybe I was the echo. That night, I went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror for a long, long time. Too long. I tried something. I waved. I waited. And 2 seconds later, my reflection smiled, then lifted its hand, and waved back. I didn't go back to Drew's after that. Not because I didn't trust him, but because I didn't trust what might be inside him. After what happened that night, after hearing my own voice coming from behind a door I never walked through, I stopped believing that anyone could be fully themselves anymore. Not me, not him, not anyone. For a couple days, I just drove. No destination, no plan. Just long, empty highways and whatever off-brand motels I could afford. I turned off my phone. I took the battery out entirely and dumped it in a gas station trash can 2 counties over. I paid for everything in cash, kept the windows down, and never stayed anywhere more than one night. I wasn't hiding. That's not the right word. You can't hide from something that already knows where you are. I was delaying. I was hoping whatever was following me, watching me, maybe even shaping me would forget. But I think the worst part is realizing it never had to find me. It built me. And now I was just looping back through a system I didn't design. In some late-night diner somewhere near the Colorado border, I caught a look at myself in the bathroom mirror. Just a glance. And for the first time I didn't recognize my own face. I'd grown a beard in a week without noticing. My eyes looked sunk in and glassy, like the lights behind them had gone dim. I watched myself blink and wondered, was it me this time? Or the other one? That's when I decided to go back. Not out of bravery. Out of necessity. There's a threshold in paranoia, a point where you're either going to crack or confront it. I'd been tiptoeing around that edge for too long. So I turned the car around, headed back to the city, and drove straight to the building that used to be the clinic. It was different again. No sign, no front desk, no hallway. Just an open door. And a narrow staircase leading down. I don't know why I walked in. I wasn't brave, like I said. But something in me, maybe the part that still remembered what sleep used to feel like, needed this to be over. one way or another. The stairs went down farther than they should have. I counted at least 4 turns, which made no sense given the size of the building. Each level was colder, not freezing dry. Like it hadn't been aired out in years. At the bottom, I found a corridor with no lights, just that same gray ambient glow I remembered from the dream. Doors on either side, no markings, no handles. Except one, at the very end of the hallway. A red light above it, not flashing, just glowing. I walked toward it, footsteps echoing strangely, not off the floor, off the walls, like they were listening. When I reached the door, I noticed a small panel next to it, a fingerprint scanner. Below it, a tiny mic. I didn't think. I just said, "I'm ready." The door opened. The room inside looked exactly like the one I'd seen in my dreams, identical to the almost bedroom, bed in the middle, camera in the corner, blankets pulled tight and perfect. And lying on the bed was me, unmoving, eyes closed, wired up. I stepped closer, unable to breathe. The body on the bed didn't stir. I reached out slowly, not touching, just hovering my hand above the forehead. Then his eyes opened. Not wide, not startled. Just opened. He looked at me, and he smiled. Not menacingly, not kindly, just like he'd been waiting. And in his voice, my voice, he said, "Thank you. You've completed the trial." I backed up instinctively. "What does that mean?" I asked, but my mouth felt dry, like I hadn't spoken in hours. "You made it through," he said, "through the iterations, through the filters. You're the last one. We can collapse the others now." "I'm not part of this," I whispered. "But you were," he said. "You chose to be. That night you signed the waiver. You didn't read the fine print." "I didn't know." "That's the point," he said gently. "The unaware are the purest test subjects. No preconceptions, just instinct." I stared at him. "So what now?" He sat up slowly. No wires pulled, no beeping machines, no monitors. It was like everything was for show. "Now I sleep," he said. "You've done the hard part, the gathering, the exposure, the pressure. You're taking my place." "I am your place," he said, standing. "You were a prototype, raw code, unstable memories. We needed someone to believe they were real long enough to walk the loop." I was shaking. "You're saying I was never real?" He stepped forward, close enough now that I could smell something faintly metallic on him. "I'm saying you were a vessel, a shape, a test bed for empathy and fear. You passed, and now you get what you've always wanted." "What's that?" "Rest." He raised his hand, not quickly, not threatening, and touched my forehead. And suddenly, I remembered. Not everything, but enough. The first version, the second, the trial that failed in 2009, the one in Vancouver, the proxy shell in Kyoto, the girl named Anna who never woke up. I remembered every sleepless night. Because I'd watched them. All of them. I was never just me. I was an observer, a seed, a test folded into the idea of a man who couldn't sleep. And now, I was done. I woke up in my bed, my real bed. No wires, no camera. Morning light coming through the blinds like nothing had ever happened. I sat up, touched my face, my chest, my legs. Everything felt normal, whole. In the kitchen, there was a note on the counter. In my handwriting, but I hadn't written it. The loop is closed. You are not being watched anymore. It should have made me feel better, but instead, it felt like mourning, because I realized what they'd taken wasn't just sleep. It was doubt, and I'd never have it again. You can fear the dark, you can fear being followed, but once you truly know that the thing in the mirror isn't always you, there's no fear left. Only memory, only silence, and sleep. Real sleep. Dreamless. Permanent. The sun beat down on the sprawling flea market, casting long shadows across the worn asphalt lot. I wiped sweat from my brow, squinting through the haze of early summer heat. My press badge hung heavy around my neck, a reminder of tomorrow's deadline looming over me like a guillotine blade. 3 months at the Chronicle, and still nothing but coffee runs and obituaries. This puff piece on local treasures and what flea markets say about our community was not exactly award material, but it was a step up, maybe. I had already spent 2 hours photographing vintage lamps and interviewing elderly women about their depression glass collections. My recorder had captured their trembling voices describing pieces just like Grandma used to have, the kind of wholesome, forgettable content that filled page 16 when the ad space did not sell. That is when I saw it. The electronics table tucked in the far corner of the market, a mountain of tangled cords, obsolete devices, and forgotten technology. The kind of place where I might find something that did not scream, "I am a broke journalist making do with hand-me-downs." The vendor did not look up as I approached. He sat hunched on a metal folding chair, thumbing through a paperback with yellowed pages. Sweat stains bloomed beneath his armpits, spreading across his faded flannel despite the heat. His face remained shadowed beneath a trucker cap pulled low. "Find anything interesting?" he asked without looking up. His voice had a sandpaper quality, like he gargled with gravel each morning. "Just browsing," I replied, picking through a box of digital cameras with cracked screens and missing buttons. That is when I spotted it. A voice recorder nestled between a broken game console and an old brick phone, not the cheap plastic one from the office supply store that constantly jammed. This was professional grade. Black metal casing, substantial weight, with a small display screen and proper condenser mic attachment, the kind actual journalists used. "How much?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, holding up the recorder. He finally looked up. His eyes were pale, almost colorless in the shadow of his cap brim. $20, he said. Then his lips quirked up slightly. "It works. Battery is good too." I turned it over in my hands. Sony professional recorder, retailed new for around $500. Even used, they went for at least $100 online. The device showed some wear. A few scratches along the metal casing, a small dent on one corner, but nothing serious. "Mind if I test it?" I asked. He shrugged. Be my guest. I pressed the power button, pleasantly surprised when the display lit up. Battery at 72%, better than my phone. I hit record, spoke a quick, testing, 1, 2, 3, and played it back. Crystal clear audio, no buzz or hiss. Sold, I said, digging for my wallet. Maybe with equipment like this, I would finally get assigned something meaningful. Maybe Richards would see me using professional gear and think I deserved professional assignments. As I handed over the 20, our fingers brushed. His were ice cold despite the heat. He held onto the bill a moment too long, staring at me with those pale eyes. Enjoy, he said finally. Got a lot of memories stored on that one. Oh yeah, I turned the recorder over again. I will probably just format it. Might want to listen first, he suggested, returning to his book. Never know what you might learn. Something about his tone made the hair on my arms stand up, but I nodded and pocketed the recorder, chalking it up to flea market weirdness. Every vendor had their quirks. Part of the charm I was supposed to be writing about. I spent another hour at the market, completing interviews for my article, but the recorder sat heavy in my pocket the whole time. Something about the vendor's suggestion kept nagging at me. The way he had said it, like he was letting me in on a secret. Back in my car, air conditioning blasting against the summer heat, I pulled out the recorder again. 5 audio files, each numbered 1 through 5. The oldest dated 3 months back, the most recent just last week. My finger hovered over the play button. Ethically, I knew I should just delete them. Someone's private recordings were not mine to hear, but I was a journalist, was I not? Curiosity was practically in the job description. I pressed play on the first file. A man's voice filled my car, casual, conversational. Testing, testing, new recorder. Let us see how this picks up. A woman laughed in the background. You and your gadgets, Tyler. Her voice was warm, affectionate. Hey, Rebecca, come closer to the mic. Tell me about your day. The woman, Rebecca, sighed playfully. You know about my day. You were there for most of it. Humor me. I want to test this thing's range. Rebecca launched into a story about a difficult client at her design firm. Her voice was animated, moving around the space as she talked. The recorder caught everything perfectly. Her footsteps, the clink of ice in a glass, even the subtle change in acoustics when she moved between rooms. I listened, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. This was mundane, personal stuff, nothing sensational, just a slice of someone's private life. I should stop. But then the man, Tyler, asked a question that made me freeze. If someone disappeared, how long do you think it would take for people to really start looking? Rebecca laughed, but it sounded uncertain. What kind of question is that? Just curious. You always say nobody at your office appreciates you. If you did not show up one day, how long before someone filed a report? Tyler, that is morbid. It is hypothetical, part of my novel research. A pause. I do not know. A few days, maybe? My sister would notice if I did not answer texts. Tyler said. Interesting. The recording ended there. I sat back, uneasy. It was probably nothing. Just a writer working on a thriller, testing dialogue. But something in Tyler's tone left me cold despite the summer heat blasting through my windows. My phone buzzed with a text from my editor. "Where is that flea market copy? Deadline is tomorrow morning." I started the car, telling myself I would listen to the rest later. But as I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The electronics vendor stood at the edge of the parking lot, watching my car. Even from this distance, I could feel those pale eyes following me. He raised his hand in a small wave as I drove away. It was not until I was halfway home that I realized. I had never told him my name, but he had watched me the entire time I browsed his wares, almost like he had been waiting for me specifically. Almost like he had known exactly what I would buy. I could not sleep that night. The voice recorder sat on my nightstand, its small power light glowing in the darkness like a watchful eye. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the vendor standing in the parking lot, hand raised in that knowing wave. Around 3 a.m, I gave up on sleep. I switched on my lamp, grabbed the recorder, and settled back against my headboard. My finger hovered over the play button for the second file. I told myself I was being ridiculous. They were just recordings, probably nothing sinister at all. But that question about disappearing kept echoing in my head. I pressed play. The second recording started with music playing softly in the background, classical, something with violins that I did not recognize. Tyler spoke first. "Rebecca, come sit down. I made dinner." "It smells amazing." Her voice was closer to the recorder this time. "You did not have to go to all this trouble. 3 months together deserves a celebration." The clink of silverware against plates, the gentle pour of wine into glasses. They talked about normal things, work stress, a movie they had seen, plans for the weekend. I almost turned it off again, feeling like a voyeur in their intimate moment. Then Rebecca asked, "So what were you writing earlier? You were so focused." "Just some ideas for the novel." "The thriller? The one about the serial killer?" "Yes. I think I might have figured out the perfect murder method." Rebecca laughed. "Should I be worried?" "Of course not." Tyler's voice was light, but something about it made me tense. "But theoretically, if you wanted to get away with murder, what would you do?" "I do not know. I have never thought about it." "Come on, everyone has thought about it." "Well, not me." Rebecca's tone had cooled slightly. "It is a bit morbid for dinner conversation." "Just humor me. Writer research." A pause. Then Rebecca sighed. "Fine. If I had to kill someone and get away with it, I would probably make it look like an accident, like maybe they fell downstairs or something. Too obvious. Police look for that. What about poison? Something untraceable? Do those even exist? Sure. Certain plant toxins break down quickly in the body. No trace after 48 hours. The conversation continued in this vein, growing increasingly detailed. My stomach turned as Tyler described methods with an enthusiasm that seemed beyond simple research. Rebecca grew quieter, only occasionally murmuring responses. Finally, she said, "Can we talk about something else? This is making me uncomfortable." "Sorry." Tyler did not sound sorry, just got carried away with the creative process. The recording continued for a few more minutes of stilted conversation before ending. I sat in my bed, staring at the recorder. The timestamp showed the file had been recorded 2.5 months ago. I picked up my phone. It was nearly 4 in the morning, but I did not care. I searched Rebecca designer missing and added our city name. Nothing relevant came up. I tried various combinations of search terms: Rebecca designer, Rebecca missing, recent disappearances women. Nothing that seemed connected to the woman on the recording. I put the phone down, feeling foolish. Of course there was nothing. I was letting my imagination run away with me. Just because some guy was interested in murder methods for his novel did not make him a killer. I had nearly convinced myself of this when my phone chimed with a text message. Unknown number. Enjoying the recordings? My blood went cold. I stared at the message, then back at the recorder. Had the vendor somehow tracked me through it? Was there some kind of GPS in the device I had not noticed? My fingers trembled as I typed back, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, "Just curious if you've listened to all the files yet. They get better. How did you get this number?" Press badge, easy to read from where I was sitting. I remembered the badge hanging around my neck at the flea market. My full name and phone number were printed on it, standard policy for journalists on assignment. "What is on those recordings?" I typed. "Listen and find out." I should have turned the recorder off, deleted the files, called the police maybe. Instead, I picked it up again and pressed play on the 3rd file. This one started differently. No music, no casual conversation, just the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps, a man clearing his throat, Tyler. Rebecca and I had a fight. His voice was lower than before. Controlled. She did not like the questions I was asking yesterday. Said I was obsessed. Said my novel research was getting creepy. He laughed softly. If only she knew. More footsteps. The sound of a refrigerator opening and closing. The clink of ice in a glass. She does not understand the creative process. The need to immerse yourself in your subject. To truly understand what you are writing about. A long pause. The sound of liquid being poured. I have decided to show her, to make her understand. My heart pounded in my chest. This was crossing a line from unsettling into something else entirely. I put something in her wine tonight. Just a mild sedative, nothing dangerous. Just enough to make her sleepy. Then I will explain everything. Make her understand what I am trying to accomplish. I nearly dropped the recorder. This was not research. This was not fiction. This was a confession, or a plan. The recording continued with mundane sounds, water running, glasses clinking, occasional muttered comments too quiet to make out. Then a doorbell. "She is here." Tyler's voice was eager. Time to begin. The sound of a door opening. Rebecca's voice, bright but with an edge of wariness. "Hey, I got your text. You said you wanted to talk?" "Come in. I poured you some wine. The red you like." "Thanks. Look, about yesterday, I am sorry if I came across harsh. I just think sometimes you get too deep into your work and forget the line between fiction and reality." No apology needed. I understand completely. That is actually what I wanted to talk about crossing lines. Their voices moved around the space. The recorder must have been set down somewhere central. I could hear them clearly, could track their movements through the apartment. Rebecca asking questions about his novel. Tyler answering vaguely, always steering her back to her wine. "You seem tired," he said eventually. "I do feel a bit strange. Maybe the wine was not a good idea on an empty stomach. Here, sit down. Let me get you some water." Shuffling sounds, Rebecca's voice growing fainter. "Tyler, I feel really dizzy. What was in that wine?" "Just something to help you relax, so we can have an honest conversation." "I do not understand." Her words were slurred now. "What are you doing?" "Creating art," Tyler said simply. "The most authentic art comes from real experience. You will help me understand my character better. The victim, the fear, the desperation." "Tyler, this is not funny." Panic had entered her voice, though muted by whatever drug he had given her. "I want to go home." "But you are going to help me with my research, Rebecca. Just a few more questions." The recording ended abruptly. I sat frozen, clutching the device in my sweaty palm. This was not a novel. This was real, and based on the dates, it had happened just 2 months ago. I picked up my phone again, the text conversation with the unknown number still open. "These are real, are not they?" I typed. The reply came instantly. "Keep listening. You are only halfway through the story." I should have called the police right then, should have handed everything over, but something kept me from doing it. The journalist in me, perhaps, the need to know the whole story. Or perhaps it was fear, the knowledge that whoever had sent me that text message knew exactly who I was and where to find me. My finger hovered over the play button for recording number 4. Sleep never came that night. The voice recorder taunted me from the nightstand, its power light blinking like a tiny heartbeat in my dark bedroom. Every creak in my apartment building made me jump. Twice I got up to check that my door was locked. Morning light finally spilled through my blinds. I looked like hell in the bathroom mirror, bloodshot eyes, stubble crawling across my jaw. My editor would be expecting that flea market piece on his desk in 3 hours. Fuck the flea market piece. I called in sick. Richards grumbled, but didn't push it. 3 months of perfect attendance had earned me 1 mental health day. After a scalding shower and 2 cups of black coffee, I sat at my kitchen table with the recorder. Part of me wanted to drive straight to the police station. Drop this cursed thing on some detective's desk and walk away. Let the professionals handle it. But what would I say? Some creepy guy sold me a recorder with what sounds like evidence of a crime, but I don't know the full names of the people involved or where they live. And by the way, I think the seller might be stalking me now. They'd laugh me out the door. No, I needed more information. Concrete details the police could act on. The 4th recording might have names, addresses, something useful. I hit play. This recording started with the sound of shuffling, then a door opening, heavy breathing. "Testing," Tyler's voice whispered. "Day 1 of the experiment." The rustle of movement, a soft moan, barely audible. Subject is secure, minimal bruising from restraints, still heavily sedated. More shuffling, the sound of a chair scraping across floor. "Rebecca, can you hear me? Blink if you can hear me." A pause. "Good. This will be easier if you cooperate. The sedative should wear off soon. Then we can begin." Rebecca made a muffled sound like she was trying to speak through something covering her mouth. "I know you're confused, scared. That's natural. But this is important work we're doing. Art requires sacrifice. The recorder picked up what sounded like Rebecca struggling against restraints, the panicked breathing through her nose, small, desperate sounds from her throat. I'm going to remove the gag now. No one will hear you if you scream. My apartment is soundproofed. Writer's necessity, you understand. A ripping sound, tape being pulled away. Rebecca gasped. Tyler, please. Whatever this is, it isn't funny anymore. Let me go. This isn't a joke, Rebecca. This is research. The most authentic kind. Research for what? Your stupid book? Her voice cracked. People are going to look for me. My sister knows I was coming here. Does she? Check your phone. The text canceling our plans came from you, as did the message to your boss about taking a spontaneous vacation. Everyone thinks you're on a beach in Florida right now. Silence, except for Rebecca's increasingly panicked breathing. You're insane, she finally whispered. No, I'm committed to authenticity. Do you know how many crime thrillers get the details wrong? The psychology, the progression of fear. I won't make those mistakes. Tyler, you don't have to do this. We can forget this happened. I won't tell anyone. His laugh sent chills down my spine. We've barely started, Rebecca. Let me show you something. Footsteps, the sound of metal items being arranged on a hard surface. What is that? Terror made her voice rise. Please, Tyler, please don't. Just tools for our research. Today we're studying fear, pure unfiltered fear. I need to document its progression, how it manifests physically, the changes in your voice. Your breathing, your pleas. She began to sob. The sound of it raw, primal terror made my stomach clench. I nearly turned off the recorder right there, but I forced myself to keep listening. Let's begin, Tyler said, his tone clinical. Tell me how you're feeling right now. Be specific. Fuck you. A sharp slap. Rebecca cried out. That's not helpful. Let's try again. Describe your fear. Silence, except for her ragged breathing. Rebecca, cooperation makes this easier for both of us. My heart, she finally whispered. It feels like it's going to explode. My mouth is dry. I can't think straight. Good. Physical manifestations of acute fear. Now on a scale of 1 to 10. Why are you doing this? She interrupted. I thought you loved me. Tyler sighed like a disappointed teacher. This isn't about love, Rebecca. It's about art, about truth. You'll help me create something authentic, something real. You're recording this, aren't you? Her voice changed, a horrifying realization dawning. This is for your precious fucking book. Very perceptive. Yes, everything is being documented. For posterity. The sound of metal scraping against metal came through the recorder. What's that? Tyler, what are you doing? Please, please don't. The recording cut off abruptly. I realized I was gripping the edge of my table so hard my knuckles had turned white. My phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. Fourth recording getting interesting, isn't it? The fifth is the best. The finale. My hands shook as I typed. Who are you? Why did you give me this? Just a fan of your work. Thought a real journalist might appreciate a real story. This isn't a story. It's evidence of a crime. Is it? or creative fiction. Hard to tell these days. Did you hurt Rebecca? I'm just the middleman. The recorder finds its way to people who'll appreciate it. That didn't make any sense. The recorder finds its way? What the hell does that mean? Some things want to be heard. I dropped my phone like it had burned me. This was crazy. All of it. Yet the fourth recording had sounded so real. Rebecca's terror hadn't been acted. No one was that good. I opened my laptop and tried more focused searches. Rebecca designer missing plus our city name, nothing. Recent disappearances women, plus neighboring cities. A few results, but nothing matching Rebecca's description from what little I knew. I even tried Tyler Ryder with various combinations of crime and thriller, thinking he might be published somewhere. Again, nothing useful. Maybe they used fake names on the recordings, but why would they? If these were real, if Tyler had actually done those things to Rebecca, why document it with their real names? Unless he never expected anyone else to hear the recordings. Or unless he wanted someone to hear them eventually. My phone buzzed again. Ready for the finale? I ignored it. Instead, I tried one more search. Voice recorder. John. Murder evidence. John. Flea market. To my shock, results appeared. 3 of them, spanning the past 5 years. The first was a local news article from a small town 2 states over. Local man arrested after flea market purchase leads to murder investigation. The second was a Reddit post titled, "Creepy voice recorder I bought has what sounds like someone being murdered on it. What should I do?" The third was a blog post by a woman named Maria Chen, the voice recorder that almost cost me my life. I clicked on Maria's blog first. The post was long, rambling. She described buying a high-end voice recorder at a swap meet, finding recordings on it, a man and woman talking. The conversations growing increasingly disturbing, the woman's distress escalating with each recording. By the final recording, Maria wrote, I was listening to what sounded like her murder. The man kept saying, "No one will ever hear this." Then there was this awful wet sound, then silence. My blood turned to ice water. Maria continued. The worst part came after. The texts from an unknown number. Someone watching me. I went to the police, but they couldn't trace the number. Couldn't find any evidence of the people on the recordings. Said it was probably an elaborate prank. Then someone broke into my apartment. I got home just as they were leaving. Never saw their face, but they'd left something on my bed, a new voice recorder, brand new. With a note, "Your turn." Maria ended her post writing that she'd moved to another state, changed her name, never told anyone where she'd gone. The date on the blog post, 6 months ago. My phone buzzed again. I looked down at it, my mouth dry as sand. Time for the 5th recording, the grand finale. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, to call the police, to throw the recorder away, I picked it up and pressed play on the 5th and final file. Even before I heard the first sounds, I knew exactly what was on it, what had to be on it. And I knew what the wet sound would be. My pulse throbbed in my fingertips as they hovered over the play button. Sweat beaded along my hairline despite the air conditioning blasting through my apartment. The weight of what I was about to hear pressed down on my chest, making each breath shallow and quick. Before pressing play, I grabbed my phone and called the police. Enough playing detective. This was beyond me now. The dispatcher answered with practiced calmness. I tried explaining, words tumbling out too fast, too frantic about the recorder, the apparent documentation of torture, possibly murder. Sir, do you have any names or addresses where this alleged crime took place? No, but any identifying information about the victim or perpetrator? Full names, workplaces? Just first names, Tyler and Rebecca. She works at a design firm, but I don't know which one. A pause. And these recordings were purchased second-hand at a flea market? The skepticism in her voice was unmistakable. Yes, but there are others who found recorders like this. I found blog posts. Sir, we can send an officer to take a report, but without actionable information, there's not much we can do. It could be an elaborate prank or an art project. An art project? Tyler's words about authentic art echoed in my head. So that's it. You won't do anything. File a report. If you discover any concrete information about a crime, contact us immediately. She took my information and hung up, leaving me with nothing but a case number and the recorder still sitting on my table. The walls seemed to press inward. My kitchen felt suddenly too small, too exposed. I paced back and forth, checking window locks, peering through blinds at the street below. Was someone watching my apartment right now? Was Tyler out there, or whoever had sold me the recorder? My phone buzzed again, the same unknown number. Listen to the recording. You'll want to hear how it ends. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. Pins and needles crawled down my arms. I needed answers, damn it. I snatched up the recorder and jabbed the play button for the fifth file. Silence at first, then shuffling, the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps approaching. Day 7, Tyler's voice, more excited than in previous recordings. Subject shows remarkable resilience, still holding on to hope, fascinating from a psychological perspective. A whimper in the background, Rebecca's voice, hoarse from screaming or dehydration or both. Please, water. Of course, footsteps, the sound of pouring liquid. Here. Gulping sounds, desperate and animal-like. Thank you, Rebecca whispered. Her voice was different now, flat, mechanical, the voice of someone whose terror had crystallized into something else entirely, something like resignation. You're welcome. See? Cooperation makes things easier. My family, they have to be looking by now. Nobody's looking, Rebecca. Your sister received texts from your phone about extending your vacation. Your boss got an email about a family emergency. Everyone thinks you're exactly where you're supposed to be. How long? Her voice cracked. How long are you going to keep me here? Until the experiment is complete. What experiment? You keep saying that, but you won't tell me what you're studying. Tyler sighed. I suppose there's no harm in explaining now. My novel needs authenticity. I'm documenting the stages of captivity, the psychological breakdown, how hope dies, how the mind fractures under prolonged fear and isolation. A chilling pause. But most importantly, I'm documenting what happens when someone realizes they're going to die. Rebecca's breathing quickened. You're going to kill me. Not a question, a realization. Yes, Eventually, when I have everything I need. The stark honesty turned my legs to jelly. I sank onto my kitchen floor, back against the cabinets, recorder clutched in my trembling hand. "You can't do this. You'll get caught." Rebecca's voice had gained a desperate edge. "Killers always make mistakes. You're recording everything. That's evidence." Tyler laughed a normal, pleasant laugh that now sounded deranged in context. "Who would ever hear these recordings? They'll be destroyed when I'm finished. All except the last one." "Why keep the last one?" "Because sometimes we need reminders of what we're capable of, the depths we can reach when we commit fully to our art." Their voices continued, Rebecca begging, Tyler explaining his process with detached enthusiasm. I listened, teeth clamped so tight my jaw ached, as he described what would happen to her recordings after her death. "I'll wipe them all clean, then I'll sell the recorder at some second-hand shop, some flea market, let it start its journey again." "Again?" Rebecca's voice was barely audible. "You've done this before." "The recorder finds its way to people who'll appreciate it. People like me. People who understand what real art demands." My stomach lurched. The recorder finds its way. The same phrase from the text messages. Was Tyler the one texting me now? Or someone else? How many were there? The recording continued with sounds of movement. Metal clinking against metal again. Rebecca whimpering. "Today we'll be testing pain thresholds," Tyler said, clinical once more. "I need to document realistic reactions for my protagonist." "Tyler, please." Rebecca's voice rose in desperation. "This isn't you. This can't be you. The man I knew was just the surface. This is the real me, Rebecca. The artist beneath the mask." What followed were sounds I'll never forget. Rebecca's screams built slowly at first, then rose to a pitch that tore through my head like physical pain. I scrambled to lower the volume, but couldn't look away from the recorder, couldn't stop listening, as if somehow by bearing witness I could retroactively save her. The screaming eventually stopped, replaced by ragged breathing, sobs. "Excellent," Tyler murmured. "Very authentic." The recording continued with merciful stretches of silence, broken by occasional questions from Tyler, reactions from Rebecca that grew weaker, more distant. Then his tone changed, became contemplative. "I think we're approaching the finale, Rebecca. You've given me everything I needed. The progression has been perfect." "Please," she whispered, so faintly the recorder barely picked it up, "let me go. I won't tell anyone." "You know I can't do that." "Then just kill me. Stop dragging it out." A pause. "Are you afraid to die, Rebecca?" "Yes." A single broken syllable. "Tell me why." Because I don't want to disappear. I don't want to be nothing." "You won't be nothing. You'll be art, immortalized in my work, the most authentic victim ever captured on the page." Footsteps approached. The sound of Rebecca's breathing quickened. "What are you doing, Tyler?" "Shh," he soothed. "It's time for the final scene." "No, wait, please." Her voice cut off in a gasp. Then she spoke again, slower, confused. "What did you?" "Just something to make the transition easier. You'll feel sleepy soon." "You said," her words were slurring now, "you said no one would ever hear this." My ears rang. The exact phrase from the prompt. You said no one would ever hear this. No one who matters, Tyler replied softly. Silence stretched. Rebecca's breathing slowed, grew shallow. Then came the sound, a long, wet gurgle, the sound of someone drowning in their own blood. After that, silence, footsteps, the rustle of movement. Guess I'll need a new one, Tyler's voice, casual as commenting on the weather. I hope they like flea markets. The recording ended. I barely made it to the bathroom before vomiting, acid burning my throat. When I straightened, spots dancing in my vision, my phone was buzzing on the kitchen table. I staggered back and looked at the screen. Now you understand. The recorder chose you, just like it chose me. My fingers trembled so badly I could barely type. Who are you? A link in the chain, a keeper of the tradition. What tradition? Murder. Art, the most authentic kind. The recorder finds those with potential, those who understand what real creation requires. I wanted to fling the phone across the room. Instead, I typed, "You're insane." We thought that too at first. Everyone does. But you'll come around. They always do. They? Others who found the recorder, who heard its stories, who understood what comes next. And what comes next? The response took longer this time. Finally, you find someone. You make your own recordings. You pass the recorder on. The tradition continues. My legs gave out. I slid down the wall to the floor, phone clutched in my sweating hand. And if I don't? Then someone finds you instead, like I found Tyler when he hesitated, like someone will find you if you break the chain. I looked up at my apartment windows. Were the blinds arranged exactly as I'd left them? Was that shadow outside normal? You're watching me right now, aren't you? I typed. The reply came instantly. Always. The recorder must be passed on. The tradition must continue. I looked back at the voice recorder sitting on my kitchen table, its small red light blinking steadily, waiting. What if I go to the police? With what? A recorder full of what could be performance art? A text conversation with an untraceable number? Others have tried. Check the blog posts. See what happened to them. Maria Chen's words flashed through my mind. Someone broke into my apartment, left a new voice recorder with a note, "Your turn." My phone buzzed with a new message. "Time to start recording, journalist. You have the perfect voice for it." 5 days passed in a blur of paranoia. I barely slept, barely ate. The curtains stayed drawn. I called in sick to work until Richards threatened my job. Even then, I only filed the flea market story remotely, a sanitized piece about community and nostalgia that made no mention of electronics vendors with pale eyes. The voice recorder sat inside a shoebox, buried under winter clothes in my closet. Out of sight, but never out of mind. The texts kept coming. Time to start recording. Choose someone, anyone. The tradition must continue. I stopped responding after day 2, started documenting everything instead. Screenshots of the texts, photos of the recorder, notes about the recordings, timestamps, direct quotes. Everything a good journalist would collect. On day 5, I made my decision. Not to become a killer, not to continue whatever sick chain this was, but to break it. The police had been useless on my first attempt. This time, I needed to be smarter. I needed evidence they couldn't dismiss. I dug out the business card of a detective I'd interviewed for a piece on property crime last year. Detective Mercer. She'd been straightforward, competent. Most importantly, she'd taken me seriously. I called her personal number, not the station. "Mercer," she answered on the third ring. "This is Alex Moore from the Chronicle. We met last year for that series on apartment break-ins." "I remember. What can I do for you, Moore?" "I need to talk to you. Off the record, at least initially. It's about a murder." A pause. "You reporting a crime or working on a story?" "Both. Maybe. I have evidence, but it's complicated." To her credit, she agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. Public enough to be safe, private enough for conversation. I arrived early, chose a corner table with my back to the wall, ordered coffee I couldn't taste. My eyes scanned every customer, every passerby on the street outside. Was one of them watching me? Following me? Detective Mercer arrived right on time, plain clothes, but I spotted the subtle bulge of her shoulder holster under her jacket. She sat across from me, ordered a black coffee, and got straight to business. "So what's this evidence of murder?" I pulled out my phone, loaded with the screenshots, and a USB drive containing copies of all 5 audio recordings. I bought a voice recorder at a flea market 5 days ago. It contained recordings of a woman being held captive and eventually murdered. And now whoever sold it to me is sending threatening messages, implying I need to kill someone else and pass the recorder on. To her credit, she didn't immediately dismiss me. Her expression remained neutral as I walked her through everything: the recordings, the texts, the blog posts from others who'd found similar recorders. She listened to portions of the audio files. Her face darkened at the 5th recording, especially at the wet, gurgling sound near the end. "Have you received any direct threats?" she asked. "Anything specific saying they'll harm you if you don't comply?" "Just vague implications, that someone will find me if I break the chain." She nodded slowly. "So we're looking at potential murder, stalking, and criminal coercion." She pocketed the USB drive. "I'll need the original recorder as evidence." "It's at my apartment." "Then let's go get it." The walk to my apartment building took less than 10 minutes. I felt safer with Mercer beside me, her alert eyes scanning the street periodically. Still, my key shook as I unlocked the building's front door. In the elevator, she asked, "Have you noticed anyone following you? Any unfamiliar vehicles or people hanging around your building?" "I've barely left my apartment since finding the recordings, but I feel watched constantly." The elevator doors opened on my floor. We walked down the hallway, my anxiety spiking with each step. What if someone had broken in while I was gone? What if they were waiting inside? But my door was still locked. Everything inside looked untouched. I went straight to the closet, dug out the shoebox, and handed Mercer the recorder. "I need to document this properly," she said, taking photos of the recorder with her phone. "Chain of custody is critical if this becomes evidence in a criminal case." As she worked, I glanced at my own phone. 3 new text messages from the unknown number. "What are you doing?" Who is that with you? This isn't how it works. I showed Mercer the messages. Her expression hardened. They're watching your building, she said quietly. Probably right now. My throat constricted. What do we do? We use it to our advantage. She pulled out her own phone. I'm calling for backup and a tech team. Whoever this is, they've made a mistake. Texts can be traced. Surveillance means they're physically nearby. While she made the call, I peeked through my blinds at the street below. Cars, pedestrians, nothing obviously suspicious, but they could be anywhere, in any of those vehicles. Behind any of those windows in the building across the street. Mercer finished her call. Officers are on their way. They'll set up a perimeter and sweep the area. Our tech team will work on tracing those text messages. Will that work if they're using burner phones? Maybe not the texts alone, but combined with surveillance footage from the area, witness statements from the flea market, and the recorder itself, we'll build a case. She paused. But first, I need to ask you something important. What? Are you absolutely certain you weren't involved in creating these recordings? That this isn't some elaborate attempt at pitching a crime story? The question stung, but I understood it. Check the dates on the recordings. I was covering city council meetings when the first 4 were made. Dozens of people can verify my whereabouts. And I don't have the technical expertise to fake something like this. She nodded. Had to ask. Now let's. My phone buzzed again. A new message. You broke the rules. Front door, 2 minutes. Mercer read it over my shoulder. Get away from the windows. Now. She guided me to the bathroom. No windows. 1 door. Solid walls. Drew her weapon. Stay here. Lock the door. Don't open it for anyone but me. Before I could protest, she was gone. I locked the bathroom door, hands trembling so badly I could barely manage the simple task. Pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear anything beyond my own pounding heartbeat. Minutes crawled by, voices in the hallway outside my apartment, heavy footsteps, the crackle of police radios. Then 3 sharp knocks on the bathroom door. Moore, it's Mercer. You can come out now. I opened the door cautiously. Mercer stood there, gun holstered, looking grimly satisfied. We got him, or one of them, at least. She led me to my living room, now filled with uniformed officers. Through my open front door, I caught a glimpse of someone being handcuffed in the hallway. Male, medium build, wearing a dark hoodie. He was coming up the stairs when our first officers arrived, Mercer explained. Had this on him. She held up an evidence bag containing a knife. Another bag held a brand new voice recorder still in its packaging. And this. She showed me a third bag with a folded note inside. Even through the plastic I could read the words. Your turn. Is it him? The vendor from the flea market? No, different guy entirely, but we found multiple phones on him, including the one used to text you. And guess what? He has the same recorder in his car that you bought at the flea market. Same model. So there are more of them? A group? Looking that way, we'll know more once we question him. The next 12 hours passed in a whirlwind of statements, evidence cataloging, and revelations. I sat in an interview room at the police station, telling my story over and over to different detectives. They brought photos, asked if I recognized faces. One was the flea market vendor. Another was a woman who'd apparently been watching my building. By morning, the outlines of the case were becoming clear. A loose network of killers connected not by personal relationships but by the recorders themselves. Each finding victims, recording their torture and murder, then passing the recorders along to potential new recruits. Some accepted the twisted invitation. Others, like Maria Chen, ran. Some probably became victims themselves. "How many?" I asked Mercer when she brought me coffee around dawn. "We've identified at least 7 so far, across 4 states. The recordings go back years. Different victims, different killers, but the same methodology, the same ritual." "And Rebecca, the woman in my recordings?" Mercer's face softened slightly. "We've got a team working to identify her now. The man who made those recordings, Tyler Kasdan, has been missing for 3 months. His apartment was cleaned out. No evidence left behind. He said in the recording that he was going to destroy them all except the last one. Looks like that's their pattern. Keep only the final recording as proof of what they've done, as inspiration for the next killer." I stared into my coffee cup. What happens now? Now we build our case. The 3 we arrested today will lead us to others. We'll find as many of the victims as we can, bring them justice. She paused. "And you go back to your life." "With police protection for now." My life. The words felt hollow. How could I go back to writing fluff pieces about flea markets after this? I want to write about it. The whole story. Mercer frowned. "Not yet. Not until we've made more arrests, identified more victims. But eventually, yes. People should know this story." 3 months later, I submitted the first draft of the recorder ring to my editor. With the police investigation public now, Richards had given me all the time and resources I needed to tell the story properly. What had started as a 5-part series for the Chronicle had grown into a book deal. 17 killers arrested across 6 states, 23 confirmed victims, including Rebecca Lawson, whose family finally got answers after believing she'd simply abandoned her life. 4 more suspects still at large. And 52 voice recorders recovered as evidence, each containing that final recording, that final moment, each meant to be passed on, to continue the chain. I still jump when my phone buzzes with an unknown number, still check my locks twice before bed, still wake from nightmares where I hear that wet gurgling sound. But I'm telling their stories now, the victims, not the killers, giving voices back to those who had them stolen. The recorder chose me, but not for the reason they intended, not to continue their tradition, but to end it. Every day I get emails from readers who've checked their second-hand purchases more carefully, who've gone to police with suspicious recordings. 3 new arrests have been made based on tips generated by my articles. The chain is breaking, link by link. Sometimes late at night, I think about that moment when I first saw the recorder at the flea market, how easy it would have been to walk past, how different everything would be if I had. But I didn't walk past. I picked it up. I listened. And because I did, the recording finally found the audience it was meant for, not another killer, but someone who would make sure the world heard what needed to be heard. Justice, not tradition, became the legacy of that voice recorder. And somewhere out there, I know Rebecca would approve. My name's Caitlin, and what I'm about to share still doesn't make sense to me. It's the kind of thing you read online and dismiss as paranoia or a trick of an overactive imagination. I would have thought the same thing too, honestly. But this isn't a ghost story, not exactly, or even something I can easily explain away as anxiety or stress. I'm writing it down because I need it to exist outside my head, because maybe, if I get it out clearly enough, I'll finally understand what happened in that apartment. I moved into the top floor unit of a small, slightly run-down apartment building on the edge of town. It was cheap, decent enough, and quite everything I was looking for after a messy breakup and a year spent sleeping on friends' couches. The landlord, Mr. Hartley, was an older guy, gruff, but friendly enough, the kind who mumbled to himself while fixing things and kept his glasses on a string around his neck. He handed me the keys with a distracted smile, told me the unit was all mine, and warned me the hallway lights flickered sometimes. "The wiring's old," he shrugged, "but it's quiet up here. No one else on your floor." I liked the sound of that. After months of couch surfing, the idea of a quiet, private space was exactly what I needed. It wasn't anything special, a small living room, kitchenette, bedroom, bathroom, and a closet barely big enough for my clothes, but it was mine. I unpacked that afternoon, boxes stacked around me, music playing quietly on my phone. I felt comfortable there at first. But that first night, something changed. I woke around 3 a.m, disoriented, listening to someone moving quietly behind the wall, the one my bedroom shared with the neighboring apartment. At first, I thought it might be pipes, old buildings creaking, the usual noises you rationalize when you're half asleep. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. Footsteps, soft pacing, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone walking slowly from one side of the room to the other, then pausing, then pacing again. My chest tightened slightly. It wasn't frightening exactly, just unsettling. Mr. Hartley had specifically told me no one else lived up here, but maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe he'd meant no one else on my side of the hall. That had to be it. I tried to ignore it, to drift back into sleep, but the pacing continued, soft and persistent, mixed with something else now, a quiet, gentle humming. A woman's voice, faint and melodic, like a lullaby, hummed absently to pass the time. It wasn't unpleasant, but something about it felt wrong, out of place, too careful, too deliberate. By morning, it seemed like a bad dream. The daylight made the whole thing seem foolish, overblown, and I laughed at myself as I made coffee, shaking off the lingering feeling of unease. But the question stayed with me, nagging gently at the back of my mind. Who was in that apartment? Later, when I ran into Mr. Hartley in the hall, toolbox in hand, I asked casually, "Hey, do I have a neighbor up here?" He glanced at me, eyebrows raised slightly. "Neighbor?" "The unit next to mine," I clarified, pointing down the hall. "Thought you said no one lived there, but I heard someone last night, moving around, humming, just wondering who it was." He stared at me a moment longer, then shook his head. "You must have heard wrong. Nobody lives there." I frowned slightly. "Are you sure? I definitely heard something." "Apartment's sealed," he interrupted firmly. "Has been ever since the fire 5 years ago. Nobody's been in there since then. Walls are thin, that's all. I stood there, suddenly uncomfortable, unsure what to say next. Mr. Hartley seemed to notice my unease, his expression softening slightly. "Just old noises, Caitlin. Nothing to worry about, I promise." He walked away without another word, leaving me standing awkwardly in the hallway, feeling somehow foolish and unsettled at the same time. Later, when I passed by the unit, I paused, staring at the closed door. It looked ordinary, same faded paint, same brass numbers, but something about it now felt different, heavier. I reached out slowly, pressing my palm flat against the wood. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. Not hot exactly, but noticeably warm to the touch, as if something behind it was radiating heat. I stepped back quickly, pulse quickening. Mr. Hartley had said nobody was inside, that it was sealed. But I'd heard something. I knew I had. That night, sleep was difficult. Every time I began drifting off, my ears strained automatically for sounds from the neighboring apartment. But this time it was silent, completely silent. Until, just after midnight, I heard it. A scratching noise, soft but unmistakable, coming from behind the shared wall. Slow, deliberate scrapes, as if fingernails were gently dragging across the drywall, testing the barrier. I sat up, heart hammering, every muscle tense. The scratching continued, slow and steady, moving gradually along the wall, as if tracing a careful path. Then abruptly, it stopped. I held my breath, waiting, hoping it was over. Then came the knock. Just one gentle, deliberate, soft enough to have been imagined if I hadn't been listening so closely, but I heard it clearly. One single, careful tap. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I sat rigidly, staring at the wall, waiting for something else, anything else. Nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me into sleep. But the next night, it happened again. The scratching, slow and careful, followed by 3 soft knocks, evenly spaced, patient and deliberate. And then, just as I was about to convince myself it was my imagination, I heard it clearly, a voice, quiet and muffled, coming from the vent beside my bed. A whisper, soft and tentative, barely audible through the metal grate. "Is it safe to come out yet?" My breath caught painfully. Every instinct in me screamed not to reply, not to acknowledge whatever was happening. I stayed silent, frozen, heart racing in my chest, listening carefully for anything else. But nothing more happened that night. No scratching, no pacing, no humming. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The apartment was quiet, ordinary, bathed in sunlight. I could almost convince myself I'd dreamed it all. Until the knocking began again, this time from inside my closet door. The knocking from inside my closet wasn't loud. It was gentle, hesitant, as if whoever or whatever was behind the door didn't want to startle me, but it did. My heart slammed so hard against my chest it actually hurt, and for a long moment, all I could do was stare at the closet door, waiting for it to happen again. But the knocking stopped almost as suddenly as it started, leaving the apartment heavy with a silence that felt louder than the sound itself. I couldn't move at first, could barely breathe. It was as if something had shifted, broken some unspoken boundary. The noises through the wall were one thing I could rationalize them, dismiss them as pipes or mice or even dreams. But this was different. This was in my space, closer than ever, impossible to deny or ignore. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stood carefully, never taking my eyes off the closet. My legs felt weak, unsteady beneath me. I took a slow step forward, then another, my hand reaching out toward the handle, but before I could touch it, I stopped, every muscle tensed, every nerve ending alive, screaming at me to reconsider. I stepped back quickly, retreating to the living room, grabbing my phone as I sat heavily on the couch. My hands shook as I scrolled through my contacts, desperate for someone to call, someone who might listen and help me make sense of this. But every name I landed on felt wrong. Friends who'd worry I was losing it, family who'd tell me to leave immediately, or worse, brush it off as paranoia. Finally, I called Mr. Hartley. I didn't know what else to do. He answered after 3 rings, sounding tired and slightly annoyed. "Caitlin, is everything okay?" I took a breath, struggling to steady my voice. "Something's wrong with the apartment." There was a pause on his end, a shift in tone. "What kind of something?" "The noises I mentioned yesterday. They're worse, and now they're inside my closet." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, strained. "That's not possible, Caitlin. It's an old building. Sounds carry strangely sometimes. I told you, no one else is up there." "Can you please just come up and check?" I begged, feeling tears sting behind my eyes. "I swear I'm not imagining this." He sighed heavily, reluctantly. "Give me a minute." I waited anxiously by the door until I heard him climb the stairs, each slow footstep creaking gently beneath his weight. When he finally knocked, I practically yanked the door open, heart still racing painfully. He stepped inside slowly, glancing around, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Show me." I led him directly to the bedroom, pointing at the closet door, still tightly shut. "In there." He approached cautiously, placing his hand lightly on the wood. He paused, listening intently, his face unreadable. Then he opened it quickly, stepping back just enough to reveal nothing. Just clothes, shoes, a suitcase pushed back into a corner, exactly what should have been there, nothing out of place. He looked at me carefully, his expression sympathetic but guarded. "Caitlin," he said gently, "maybe you just heard something from downstairs. The vents and pipes carry sound. It happens." "No," I whispered, frustration bubbling up sharply. "It was clear, deliberate knocking, Mr. Hartley. I'm not imagining this." He hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "The apartment next door hasn't been touched in 5 years. After the fire, they boarded it up tight, cut the utilities. No one's inside. No one can get inside. I promise you that." "But why?" "I don't know," he interrupted softly, firmly. "But it's not what you think. Maybe it's time to talk to someone. You know, someone who can help." I stared at him, anger and humiliation mingling painfully inside me. He thought I was losing it. Maybe I was starting to wonder myself, but it didn't make the fear any less real. He left quietly after that, promising to check the unit again to ease my mind, but his voice was gentle and placating the way you speak to someone fragile or disturbed. I shut the door behind him, leaning against it, breathing shallowly, feeling completely alone. The rest of the day, I stayed away from the bedroom, moving restlessly around the living room, the kitchen, forcing myself not to glance at that closet door. I distracted myself with cleaning, television, cooking, but it was all meaningless, busy work to pass time. As night approached, anxiety coiled tighter and tighter inside me. Eventually, I couldn't avoid it any longer. I stepped back into the bedroom, trying to convince myself nothing was wrong, that it had been my imagination, or the pipes, or something harmless. But as soon as I closed the bedroom door behind me, the air felt heavier, charged somehow. I changed quickly, avoiding even a glance at the closet. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, willing sleep to come quickly and mercifully. It didn't. I lay there, tense, listening carefully, every sound magnified. At first, nothing happened, just the familiar hum of distant traffic, the creak of old wood, the whispering quiet of an empty apartment. Then, at precisely 2:13 a.m., the scratching started again, this time sharper, closer, louder. My chest tightened painfully as I sat up slowly, staring wide-eyed at the closet door. The scratching was rhythmic now, deliberate, moving up and down slowly, like nails tracing patterns along the inside. My pulse quickened sharply. I forced myself out of bed, walking slowly, deliberately, toward the closet. Each step felt impossibly heavy, as if my legs resisted instinctively, begging me to run instead. But I reached the door, hand trembling violently as I touched the handle. The scratching stopped immediately. My breath caught painfully. Slowly, carefully, I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, the closet looked exactly the same. Nothing moved, nothing out of place. My clothes hung neatly, my shoes sat quietly, everything normal. Except for one small thing. On the back wall, barely noticeable, were faint scratch marks, thin, deep grooves etched deliberately into the paint. They spelled something clearly, though shakily, as if carved by desperate fingers. Please let me out. I stumbled back, heart pounding, breath catching painfully in my throat. My mind raced wildly, desperately trying to rationalize what I saw, but there was no rational explanation, nothing that could make sense of this. I shut the door quickly, pressing my back against it, breathing raggedly, trying not to panic. But even as I stood there, frozen and terrified, I heard it again, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming clearly through the vent above me. The same voice as before, trembling slightly with desperation. Please, I don't want to be alone anymore. I didn't sleep at all that night. How could I, knowing what was happening behind the walls of my own apartment? I sat up in bed, the light on, eyes fixed firmly on the closet door, half expecting it to slowly creak open or for the whisper to return. But it stayed quiet after that plea, silent enough to almost make me doubt myself again. Almost. By the time dawn broke, pale and hesitant, I felt drained, my nerves raw and jittery. I couldn't face another day trapped here alone, spiraling into panic. I got dressed quickly, barely glancing at my reflection, dark circles, hollow eyes, and left without eating, needing air and space to clear my head. I spent hours wandering aimlessly around town, stopping in coffee shops I'd never visited before, sitting at bus stops I had no intention of using, anything to delay returning home. But no matter how far I walked or how long I lingered, the apartment lingered with me, its walls, its whispers, the scratching behind my closet door. Eventually, exhausted and out of options, I found myself back at the building entrance, staring reluctantly up at the top floor windows. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavy and reluctant. When I reached the top floor, Mr. Hartley was already standing there, toolbox in hand, waiting patiently outside my door. "Caitlin," he said gently, almost apologetic, "can we talk?" I hesitated, then nodded wearily, opening my apartment door and stepping aside to let him in. He walked past me slowly, his eyes carefully scanning the room before turning back to face me. "I'm not saying you're crazy," he began quietly, hands raised slightly, palms open, cautious. "But I checked everything again this morning. I even went into the unit next door. I broke the seal, opened it up." My eyes widened. "You did?" He nodded slowly. "I had to know for sure. I didn't want you feeling unsafe here. But Caitlin, there's nobody in there. Nothing but empty rooms and old fire damage." "But the scratching." "I don't know," he said softly, cutting me off gently. "Maybe mice, maybe old pipes, maybe echoes. This place has history, you know. Sounds get stuck. Memories, too." I stared at him helplessly, feeling the tightness in my chest worsen. "You saw the scratches in my closet I showed you." He looked down, clearly uncomfortable. "I saw them, yeah, but I don't know when they got there. Could have been from before you moved in. Could have been you in your sleep. Stress does strange things." "I'm not imagining this," I whispered, frustrated tears welling sharply. "I believe you feel something is happening," he replied carefully, choosing his words. "But there's nothing physically here, not that I could find. Maybe it's time you thought about finding somewhere else to stay." I felt a sudden rush of anger and embarrassment, shame burning hot in my cheeks. "You want me to move out? Just like that?" "I'm just suggesting it might help," he said quietly. "I don't want to see you scared like this." After he left, I felt completely hollow. Every reassurance he'd given felt fake, meaningless. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making this up, wasn't inventing something to fill the emptiness in my life. But his doubt shook me anyway. That evening, I sat alone in the quiet apartment, listening carefully, nerves stretched thin, waiting for the noises to return. As darkness settled in, my anxiety built painfully, my ears straining to hear anything: footsteps, whispers, scratches, but the apartment was silent, almost defiantly so. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood quickly, grabbing my coat and keys, desperate for some kind of answer or resolution. I stepped into the hallway, eyes fixed on the neighboring apartment door, the one Mr. Hartley had reopened and supposedly cleared. It stood slightly ajar now, inviting me closer. My heartbeat quickened as I approached slowly, pushing the door open fully, stepping hesitantly inside. The apartment was dark, musty, the air heavy with years of stale emptiness, and the faint charred scent of long extinguished fire. Even in the dark, I could see the damage clearly: walls stained with smoke, paint blistered and peeling, furniture blackened and warped. But Mr. Hartley was right. There was no one here. No hidden occupant. No mysterious tenant pacing the floorboards at night. Just an empty, burned-out space, quiet and abandoned. Still, as I stood there, a shiver ran down my spine. The apartment felt wrong somehow, not just damaged, but deeply, unsettlingly empty, as if something important had been erased. It wasn't just old fire damage, I realized slowly. The entire place felt drained, stripped clean of life. I turned quickly, anxious to leave, but stopped abruptly as something caught my eye near the wall that separated this apartment from my bedroom. There, clearly visible even in the gloom, were markings scratched deeply into the charred drywall. I stepped closer, my chest tightening painfully. Scratched into the wall were tally marks, dozens of them, carefully drawn in shaky lines one after another, each set of 5 slashed through with a sharp diagonal mark, counting something. Counting days. Weeks. Months. I reached out slowly, fingers brushing the rough edges, my throat tightening painfully. Who had been here, hidden away, counting desperately, waiting for rescue, waiting for release? Then, beneath the tally marks, I noticed a second set of scratches, words carved roughly but clearly into the drywall. They left me behind. My breath caught painfully. I stepped back quickly, heart racing, head spinning. This wasn't something I could rationalize. Someone had been here trapped, hidden away, abandoned. And whatever happened in this apartment hadn't been resolved by fire or time. It was still here, waiting quietly, desperately reaching out to anyone who might finally hear. I fled back to my apartment, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, breathing raggedly, fighting panic. The emptiness, the silence, it made sense now. Someone had been sealed away, forgotten, buried beneath explanations and reassurances that never quite felt right. And now they were reaching out to me, because I was the only one who could hear. I stumbled into my bedroom, eyes drawn irresistibly to the closet. Without thinking, almost in a daze, I opened the door, staring again at the scratches pleading for release. They matched exactly, perfectly, the ones I'd just seen next door. I closed the closet slowly, carefully, knowing with absolute certainty I was no longer alone. That night, when the whispers returned through the vent, faint and desperate, I didn't pull away or cover my ears. Instead, heart pounding, I whispered back, gently, cautiously, "I can hear you. Who are you?" There was silence for a long moment, heavy and expectant. Then quietly, shakingly, the voice replied, "I don't remember anymore. They took my name when they left me here." My throat tightened painfully. "Who's they?" The voice hesitated, then answered softly, fearfully, "The ones who started the fire." As I sat there, heart hammering, cold realization washed over me. The fire hadn't been accidental, it had been deliberate, meant to hide something or someone. And now, 5 years later, that someone was reaching out, desperately pleading to finally be remembered. And they had chosen me to listen. I sat there in the dark, staring at the wall vent, trying to process the quiet words that had drifted through from the other side. My heartbeat was fast, uneven, and my mind raced as I struggled to understand the reality I had somehow stumbled into. It felt impossible, yet undeniably real. A fire that had sealed off an apartment. A person trapped inside, abandoned, hidden away, their existence carefully forgotten. Someone who didn't even remember their own name anymore. I swallowed hard, leaning closer to the vent, voice trembling slightly. Why did they leave you here? For a long moment, silence. Then carefully, softly, the voice came again, hesitant, as though the words were difficult to form. Because I saw them. Saw who? I asked quietly, breath caught in my throat. Another pause, heavier this time. The ones who burned it. My mind spun, heart racing. They locked you in because you saw them start the fire. Yes, came the whispered reply, quiet but steady. They wanted everyone gone, but I hid. They didn't know I was still here until after. By then, it was easier just to leave me. My chest felt tight, painful. The implications were staggering, impossible. Someone had deliberately set the fire. Someone had intentionally abandoned a witness, trapped and forgotten for 5 whole years. And Mr. Hartley, had he known, had he lied? I took a shaking breath. Are you hurt? How have you survived? I'm not sure, came the soft, uncertain reply. Time doesn't mean much now. I just wait. I've tried to leave, but the door won't open. I don't know how long it's been, only that it's felt very long. My mind struggled to grasp it. How could someone survive sealed in an empty apartment, cut off from food, water, sunlight, everything? How was it possible? Can I help you? I finally whispered, voice unsteady. Silence. Then very softly, almost fearfully, I think it's too late for that. I sat back slowly, feeling numb, helpless. What do you mean? Sometimes I don't feel real anymore, came the quiet, drifting reply. Sometimes I'm afraid I'm just part of the walls now, part of this place. You're real, I whispered desperately. I hear you, you're real. Please don't stop believing that, the voice begged softly. They told me I'd be forgotten. They said nobody would ever find me. If you hear me, if you believe me, maybe I can still be real. My chest ached painfully. I believe you. I'll help you somehow. Be careful, the voice said softly, urgently. They'll come back if they think someone knows. Who? I whispered desperately. Who will come back? But no answer came, just silence again, heavier and deeper than before. I spent the rest of that night pacing, restless, frantic, trying to piece together what little I knew. When dawn finally arrived, I'd made my decision. I needed to know the truth. No more half answers, no more whispered warnings. It was time to confront the only person who could possibly know what had really happened. I waited in the hallway until Mr. Hartley showed up, tools in hand, on his usual morning rounds. He stiffened slightly when he saw me standing there, eyes cautious, wary. Caitlin, he said slowly, carefully, everything okay? No, I replied firmly, my voice steadier than I'd expected. Not even close. I know someone was left behind after the fire. I know it wasn't an accident. He froze, eyes widening briefly before narrowing sharply, suspicion hardening his expression. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about, I pressed quietly, anger simmering just beneath my words. The person trapped in the sealed apartment, the person who saw the fire being set. They're still there. "That's impossible," he said quickly, harshly, eyes darting nervously toward the sealed apartment door. "There's nobody." "I heard them," I interrupted sharply. "They spoke to me. They said you sealed them in because they saw what you did." He stepped back quickly, shaking his head sharply, voice suddenly tight, strained. "Caitlin, listen to me carefully. You need to leave this alone, right now." "Or what?" I challenged, voice shaking. "You'll seal me in too?" He didn't reply, just turned abruptly, walking quickly away without another word, leaving me standing in the hallway, breathless, terrified, and certain I'd finally uncovered something he'd spent years carefully hiding. I spent that day gathering whatever I could, old newspaper articles, internet searches, anything about the fire. The story was thin, accidental, electrical issues, no casualties. But buried in an old news forum was a brief mention of a missing person report filed quietly, then dismissed. No follow-up, no answers, just a question left hanging. Someone had been erased from the official record. As darkness approached again, dread coiled tightly in my stomach. I couldn't abandon whoever was trapped next door, couldn't ignore the voice desperately pleading for help. But I also knew now that uncovering this meant danger. Mr. Hartley's warning had made that clear enough. That night, just after midnight, I heard the scratching again, this time sharper, desperate, louder. My heart leapt painfully. I rushed toward the closet, flinging it open, expecting, hoping to see something, anything. But again, nothing. I sank to the floor, defeated, helpless, fighting tears. "I'm sorry," I whispered brokenly. "I don't know what else to do." For a long moment, silence. Then a soft whisper drifted through the vent again, hesitant, gentle. "You've already done enough." "What do you mean?" I replied softly, head spinning. "You heard me," the voice said quietly, almost gently. "You believed me. That's more than anyone else has ever done." "I can't leave you here," I whispered, throat tight with tears. "I can't walk away knowing you're trapped." "I don't think you have a choice anymore," came the soft, regretful reply. "They know now. They won't let you keep asking questions." "Who?" I asked again desperately. "Mr. Hartley? Is he the one who did this?" The whisper hesitated briefly, then quietly answered, "He helped, but there are others, and now they know you've found me." My blood ran cold. What should I do? "Leave," the voice urged softly, almost pleading. "Before it's too late. Before you become like me." I shook my head, stubbornness and fear mixing painfully. "I won't just abandon you." "You're not abandoning me," came the gentle reply. "You're keeping yourself safe. If you go, at least I'll know someone remembered me." My chest tightened painfully. "What's your name?" I whispered helplessly. "Please try to remember. Tell me." There was a long pause, heavy with effort. Then finally, softly, hesitantly, the voice answered. "Anna. My name was Anna." "Anna," I whispered gently, fighting tears, heart aching painfully. "I won't forget you." "I know," she replied quietly, her voice fading gently. "That's all I needed." Then silence settled again, deeper and heavier than ever, leaving me alone, heartbroken and terrified. Because Anna was right, whatever darkness had trapped her here now knew that I had found her. and it wouldn't wait long before it came for me too. After that night, sleep wasn't even a possibility. How could it be? Knowing what I knew now, every noise, every shadow, felt like it carried a threat. Anna's whispered warning stayed lodged in my mind, playing over and over. She'd begged me to leave, to stay safe, but I couldn't abandon her. Not like everyone else had, not like Mr. Hartley and whoever else was behind this had done years before. I paced the apartment as dawn came, feeling like a prisoner in my own home, waiting for something to happen, someone to arrive and stop me from talking. But no one came, no pounding at the door, no threats from the hallway, just silence, quiet, heavy, and oppressive. I knew I should leave immediately, pack what little I had and never look back. But the thought of leaving Anna behind, of letting her remain trapped and forgotten, filled me with a guilt I couldn't stomach. Her story deserved to be told. She deserved to be heard. So instead of running, I began writing it down, all of it, every detail, every conversation, every strange and unsettling moment. I documented Anna's whispers, the scratches on the wall, the sealed apartment, and Mr. Hartley's suspicious behavior. My plan was simple. If something happened to me, someone else needed to know the truth. Around midday, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened sharply when I saw Mr. Hartley's name on the screen. I hesitated, heart hammering, before answering cautiously. "Hello?" His voice was calm, controlled. "Caitlin, I wanted to check on you, see if you'd thought about what we discussed." My throat tightened painfully, but I forced my voice steady. "I have. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet." A long pause. "You're making a mistake." "Why?" I challenged softly, fear mixing sharply with anger. "Because I know what you did." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, colder. I didn't have a choice. "There's always a choice," I said, voice trembling with restrained fury. "You chose to trap someone behind a wall and pretend they never existed. How can you justify that?" "You don't know what happened," he said sharply. "You don't know why." "Then tell me," I snapped, desperation breaking through. "Tell me why Anna had to be hidden away. Tell me why you kept it a secret for 5 years. Help me understand." Silence stretched painfully, heavy with tension. When he finally replied, his voice was strained, nearly broken. "Not over the phone. Meet me downstairs in the lobby. 1 hour. I'll tell you everything." Before I could answer, he hung up abruptly, leaving me holding the phone tightly, heart racing. I hesitated, torn between distrust and the need for answers. Ultimately, the chance to understand, even if it was dangerous, outweighed my fear. 1 hour later, I stood anxiously in the lobby, heart hammering as Mr. Hartley arrived, looking older, wearier than I'd ever seen him. He motioned me toward a small maintenance room behind the main staircase, shutting the door carefully behind us. "I don't have long," he began, voice low and urgent. "They're watching me now." "Who's watching you?" I demanded, desperate for clarity. "The owners," he replied bitterly, "the people who paid me to keep quiet after the fire." "So there was a fire," I pressed, confusion swirling. "Or was it intentional?" He sighed heavily, shoulders sagging. "It was intentional, Anna saw them. She saw everything. Saw what? I whispered harshly, fear tightening my throat. His eyes flicked toward the door nervously, then back to me, resigned. They were trying to clear out the building. Insurance money, redevelopment plans. It doesn't matter. Anna saw them setting the fire. She recognized them. The fire spread faster than they planned, and by the time it was out, Anna was hiding in the back room, terrified. They found her afterward, scared and desperate, ready to tell everyone what she'd seen. My chest tightened painfully, anger and sorrow mingling. And you let them lock her away? I didn't have a choice, he snapped, eyes wild, voice breaking. They threatened me, my family. I thought they told me it would just be temporary. Just long enough to sort things out. But it wasn't temporary. They sealed the apartment, erased her from records, threatened me again every time I considered speaking up. By then it was too late. Anna was supposed to disappear quietly. But she didn't, I said quietly, my voice shaking. He shook his head slowly, grief-stricken. No, somehow she stayed. I don't know how, I don't understand it. She's been there ever since, trapped in that place, and I couldn't do anything about it. You could have tried, I whispered, anger burning sharply now. You should have tried. He looked down, defeated. I've spent 5 years hoping it would end on its own, but it hasn't. She's still there, and now you're involved. They know you know. It's dangerous for both of us. Then let's end it, I said desperately. Let's tell someone now, before it's too late. He shook his head sharply, fear returning to his expression. They control everything. Caitlin police, inspectors, lawyers. No one will believe us. No one can help. I stepped closer, pleading desperately. Then let her go. Open the apartment again. Help me release her, please. He stared at me, eyes haunted, then finally nodded slowly. Tonight, after dark, wait for me upstairs. He slipped out quietly, leaving me shaking, frightened, and hopeful for the first time. When night finally fell, I waited anxiously in the hallway outside Anna's apartment. Mr. Hartley arrived a few minutes later, silent, withdrawn. He pulled out his keys, hands trembling, and unlocked the door. The heavy lock turned with a dull click, and he stepped back, letting me enter first. Inside, the apartment felt colder than before, emptier. Shadows stretched across charred walls, broken furniture looming in darkness. The air felt heavy, expectant, charged with desperation. "Anna?" I called softly, voice trembling. "We're here. You can come out now." Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. "Anna," I whispered again, fear building. "Please answer." But still nothing came, no whispers, no scratching, no sign she was there at all. Behind me, Mr. Hartley shifted nervously. "Maybe she's gone now," he said softly. "Maybe she just needed to be acknowledged." My heart twisted painfully. No, she was real. She spoke to me. I can't leave without. A soft sound interrupted me, gentle and cautious, from deep within the apartment. Footsteps slow, hesitant, moving toward us. Then, from the shadows, she stepped forward, pale and faint, but unmistakably real. Anna stood quietly, eyes wide and frightened, her figure flickering slightly at the edges, like a candle about to go out. "You came back," she whispered softly, disbelief in her voice. I reached out instinctively, hand trembling. "I told you I wouldn't leave you here." Her eyes softened, tears glistening faintly. "I can finally leave now, because of you." "How?" I asked, desperate and confused. "What do we do?" She smiled gently, sadly, stepping forward. "Just remember me. That's all I needed. To be seen, to be remembered." Her figure flickered again, softening at the edges, fading gently as she spoke again, quieter this time, almost a sigh. "Thank you." Then slowly, she vanished entirely, leaving only silence and a lingering, fragile warmth. I stood quietly, tears sliding down my face, understanding finally. Anna had only needed someone to know, to acknowledge her, to remember that she had existed, that her life mattered. Behind me, Mr. Hartley stood silently, head bowed, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." I didn't reply, only stood quietly, feeling both loss and relief, knowing Anna was free. And finally, so was I. The days after Anna vanished felt like walking out of a nightmare. The apartment building itself was the same, at least on the surface, the same old hallway carpet, the faded walls, the cracked paint, but something deeper had shifted. It felt lighter, emptier in a good way, like a heavy curtain had finally been lifted. But even then, I knew things wouldn't simply go back to normal. You don't go through something like that and stay unchanged. Mr. Hartley disappeared the morning after we saw Anna, leaving nothing behind but a note slipped quietly under my door. It wasn't an apology, not exactly, but it felt genuine. "I'm leaving the city. I won't ask forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but thank you for helping her. Take care of yourself." I read it 3 times, then folded it neatly and tucked it away. He hadn't been innocent in all this, but I understood his fear now. Sometimes, fear makes you into someone you never imagined you'd become. Maybe that was what happened to him, or maybe it had always been inside him waiting to come out. Either way, I wasn't sure forgiveness was mine to give. That felt like Anna's choice, not mine. As the weeks passed, I expected someone else to show up, the people who'd started the fire, the ones who'd hidden Anna away. But no one ever did. It was like they'd given up now, vanished just as thoroughly as Anna herself. The building stayed quiet, and no threats or warnings arrived. Whatever grip they'd held on this place had slipped, and maybe they'd realized it was finally over. But even though Anna was gone, I couldn't let her memory vanish quietly. Her story was too important, too real, to simply fade back into silence. She'd been erased once already. I wouldn't let it happen again. So I wrote everything down, every detail, every conversation, every late-night whisper through the vents. I gathered old documents, records from the city archives, and copies of those dismissed missing person reports. Then, when it felt complete, I sent copies to every local news outlet I could find, newspapers, websites, radio stations, anyone who might listen. I didn't care anymore if they thought I was crazy. I just needed Anna's story to be heard, to be acknowledged publicly, even if only once. The local paper picked it up first, running a quiet, skeptical piece buried on page 5. But within days, interest grew. People began sharing it online, talking about it in local forums. Questions were asked, names were mentioned, and slowly the truth began slipping out, impossible to contain. I stayed quiet, anonymous, keeping to myself as much as possible, but even so, people found me: journalists, podcasters, curiosity seekers. They knocked on my door, left notes in my mailbox, called me repeatedly. I ignored them all, focusing instead on moving forward with my own life. I moved out of the apartment as soon as I could. It wasn't fear that drove me away, not anymore, but the realization that this place would never truly be home again. Too many memories, too many echoes. On my last night there, as I packed the final box, I paused, staring quietly at the wall vent, the same one where Anna's voice had first whispered through. It felt like years ago now, even though only a few weeks had passed. "Goodbye, Anna," I whispered softly, gently placing my hand against the wall, as if she might still somehow feel my presence. "I hope you're finally okay." The apartment didn't answer, of course, but I felt a small sense of peace settle over me, reassuring and gentle. Wherever she was now, I hoped she had found rest. She deserved that, at the very least. My new place was small, bright, and far away from the city. I chose somewhere quiet, surrounded by open space, trees, and fresh air. It wasn't perfect, but it was peaceful, and after everything I'd been through, that was enough. Slowly, life began returning to something that felt close to normal. I got a new job, one that kept me busy but didn't drain me. I spent more time outside, away from walls and enclosed spaces. I began sleeping again, soundly and without dreams, no scratching, no whispers, no hidden rooms. But some things didn't fade completely. I never completely stopped checking doors twice at night. I never fully trusted silence again, always expecting something just beyond hearing, waiting quietly in the dark. Then, one warm evening, months after I'd moved away, something arrived that brought it all sharply back. It was an envelope, plain white, with no return address. Inside, a single folded piece of paper with a short handwritten note. "They believed you. Everyone knows now. Thank you for not forgetting me." My chest tightened sharply as I read the words, heart racing with sudden disbelief and quiet wonder. The handwriting was careful, gentle, and familiar, the same fragile, uncertain script that had pleaded for freedom on the closet wall. Anna's handwriting. For a long moment, I stood frozen, staring at the paper, struggling to understand how it was possible. Then, slowly, a quiet warmth filled my chest, something like gratitude and relief, mingling gently with a deeper understanding. Anna hadn't vanished entirely. Maybe she never would. Her presence, her memory, it was out there now, known and shared by others. She wasn't trapped anymore, and she wasn't forgotten. That was enough. I kept the note carefully, placing it alongside Mr. Hartley's. Both notes lived quietly in my dresser drawer, tucked away, private but present. Gentle reminders of what had happened, of what I'd faced, of what Anna had endured, and how she'd finally found peace. My life moved forward, quietly, gently. Friends returned, laughter felt easier again, and slowly the tension of those long weeks eased from my shoulders. I knew I'd always carry that experience with me, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a memory, an important piece of who I had become. One afternoon, on the first anniversary of that night in the apartment, I returned to the city. The building stood quiet now, the lobby repainted, new tenants living their lives, unaware of the truth hidden in their walls. From the street, it looked utterly ordinary again, indistinguishable from any other old, worn apartment building. But I knew its secrets now, knew the shadows hidden inside it. And even if the world moved forward, forgetting and rebuilding, Anna and I would always remember. As I stood there, quietly watching from across the street, a breeze stirred gently, warm and reassuring, brushing softly across my face. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling it surround me, peaceful and familiar. Maybe it was nothing, just wind on a summer afternoon. Or maybe, just maybe, it was her way of telling me she was still there, still remembered, still real in every way that mattered. Either way, as I walked quietly away, I finally felt at peace. Anna was free, and because of her, so was I.